Ladies, gents, teddy bears, how we doing? Hope you're all good and well. Welcome to a very cold and kind of hazy, misty, foggy, whatever you want to call it, a proper winter's morning here at Coningsby. Welcome to the show. Welcome to your one and only Ted Coningsby channel and home of the Eurofighter Typhoon. Oh yeah. And here we go, Squadron Leader Ted Coningsby on the controls. Ding, ding, ding. That's kind of like his intro. Welcome to the Ted Coningsby channel, ladies, gents, and teddy bears. My name's Nikos. I'm your cameraman, historian, and commentator. I'll be talking to you about the history, and I've got some new pieces to show you. I'm waiting on delivery on another piece, and you know the channel. You know we like to tell you all about the history, tell you how things work. But I've got finally a new piece of I've got a new aircraft and actually a piece of engine. I won't spoil it, but it's I'm waiting for the actual model of the aircraft that's coming as well. Welcome to the show. This is our Squadron Leader Ted Coningsby. A big shout out to everyone at RAF Coningsby. Welcome to your one and only Ted Coningsby channel. Ah yeah. Bing, bing, bing. Oh dear. Yeah, welcome to the show. There are 5 Typhoon squadrons here. Number 29 Squadron, the operational conversion unit. They train the latest and greatest pilots who have just passed their advanced flying training, who have already got their wings. They are already professional pilots, but it's time to train them in frontline combat roles. So if their career path takes them to the Typhoon, they come here to train and qualify on it. So they'll fly with a qualified flying instructor, be shadowed by a qualified flying instructor, but we'll talk to you about the full process a little bit later on. Also got number 12 Squadron, the Joint Qatari, Emiri and Royal Air Force Squadron. Also number 41 Squadron, XL1 Squadron, written in Roman numerals. Not all of them are in Roman numerals, just a traditional thing. 41 Squadron are the Test and Evaluation Squadron. Also got number 3 Fighter and number 11 Fighter Squadrons. Again, I can talk to you about the history. And of course, speaking of history, we have here, since 1976, the Battle of Britain Memorial Flight. Now, the Typhoon is a Eurofighter, and it was called a Eurofighter for quite some time until 1998. They gave it the name Typhoon to keep it in line with weather phenomenons such as the tempest, the hurricane, tornado. They kept that going, so the last would have been a tornado, which the Typhoon replaced. So they named it at Farnborough at the International Air Show on the 2nd of September 1998. A few countries, of course, had their own prototypes, the EAP as well. First flight of the Typhoon took place on the 27th of March 1994, and it was chosen to develop, of all the prototypes, because it was a quadruple country, a quad nation involvement of Italy, Germany, Spain and Britain. Introduced on the 4th of August 2003. Orton Aerodrome, with number 17 Squadron that were there training on it, as well as number 29. They started to receive their Typhoons in 2003, and the process would be the test pilots would be training their main pilots to become instructors, and pass it on, and so on and so on. And it was on the 4th of August 2003 the German Air Force accepted the first series production Italy received theirs on the 16th of December 2005. They named theirs the F-2000A. Also, Kuwait Air Force also operate it. The Qatari Emirati Air Force, Royal Air Force as well, 6th of April 1994 at Walton Aerodrome. And it was number XV2 Reserve Squadron, number 17 of course. Oi, oi. Welcome to the show. Austria also operate it, Oman, Kuwait. And welcome to the show, ladies and teddy bears. Coningsby's had a great range of aircraft. The very first was indeed the Handley Page Hampden to operate here. So 29 Squadron, the operational conversion unit here at Coningsby. They formed in 1915 at Neverhaven. They were the first to operate the Venom FB1 in 1952, but during the First World War they had so many aces. It was unbelievable. Absolutely incredible amount of aces. 29 Squadron. They were a night fighter squadron as well. They also had in their squadron, before he became a wing commander, it was indeed Squadron Wing Commander Guy Gibson, but he wasn't a wing commander at the time. He got himself 4 aerial victories when Coningsby's 29 was a fighter squadron. But during the First World War, at the time of disbanding on the 31st of December 1919, the squadron ended the war having claimed 385 victories, and there was around 26 aces who served with the squadron, and just an unbelievable amount, such as Arthur Reed, Sidney Brown, William Molesworth, Charles G. Ross, Alfred Shepherd, James McCudden, of course, who was awarded the Victoria Cross for such valour. Amazing. But 29 Squadron today operate in the operational conversion unit today, but in also 1940, that's when they began their defensive night fighter squadron role. 1943 began the offensive night intruder operations, defending RAF heavy bombers, escorting their bombers to safety, outbound and inbound. In 1987 they became the first operational squadron to be equipped with the modified F2 Tornado, which became the F3, and in 2003 they became the second RAF squadron to receive the Typhoon. So a wonderful history here at Coningsby, of course. And next up we got a squadron that were once flying Echo Bravo marked Spitfires with the motto "Seek and Destroy." A squadron that formed in 1916. They were part of the Royal Flying Corps. Anything previous to the 1st of April 1918, they would be a Royal Flying Corps squadron. And they stood up, deploying to France, which influenced the Saint Omer Cross, which you can see over here. Or maybe not. Nope. No 41. Fair enough, no worries. I thought we had a 41 squadron there to show you, but no problem at all. and flying the Royal Aircraft Factory FE8. Then a year later, the Airco DH5 in June, and then fully equipped with the more superior SE5A by mid-November. With a little disbandment in December 31st, 1919, they reformed at Norfolk in 1923, re-equipped with Armstrong Whitworth Siskins in 1934, operating the Hawker Demon. But today they are a test and evaluation squadron. We've got Typhoons on the move now, taxiing out on the south side. We'll get them for you in just a moment. Number 41 also had a great tally against the V1 flying bombs, which were romantically named the Doodle Bugs here in Britain. That wasn't the official Luftwaffe name. They destroyed a total of 53 in a 9-week period, which were kind of like the first sort of cruise missiles. They were called the Fissler 103s, and its suggestive name was the Holland Hund. Probably said that wrong, but never mind, you know me. Right, Funta. So this is number 2 AC squadron markings. Now it's not necessarily 2. We also just see number 12 squadron markings as well. Again, don't always think that it's that particular squadron flying that Typhoon. into the grey skies. More startups there on the ASP aircraft servicing platform. Welcome to the show. We'll give you all the details of the history and how things work. Got a nice piece of engine to show you as well. So don't forget to hit the like button, ladies, gents and teddy bears. Give us a thumbs up. It's time to ride with the Ted Coningsby channel. So we saw the markings of number 12 Squadron leads the field, formed at Neverhaven in 1915. They have a fox on their squadron emblem, and that's probably because they were the sole operator of the Fairy Fox in 1926. In 1940, Flying Officer Garland and Sergeant Gray were awarded the Victoria Crosses for a ferry battle raid on Maastricht Bridge over the Albert Canal. The unit soon were re-equipped with the Vickers Wellingtons. They also flew the Lancaster and indeed the Canberra as well, and then onto the Vulcan, which both aircraft were based here, which we'll talk to you about. They also switched to the Buccaneer in '69, also flew in the Gulf War in strike operations, especially Operation Granby in '91. Re-equipped in '93 with the Tornado GR1B. They began operations here at Coningsby when they stood up in 2018, reformed on the Typhoon as a joint Qatari Emirate Air Force and Royal Air Force Squadron, arriving here to operate operations at Coningsby in 2020. We've also got number 11 Fighter Squadron. So there are two combat-ready squadrons, one of them being number 11 X1F, the letter F for fighter, the world's oldest dedicated fighter squadron, formed in 1915 and retained their fighter role since then. They have two Eagles as their markings, probably to do with the two-seater pusher. They're amazing history, flying the Venom FB2 and stood up at Coningsby in 2007. Swifter and keener than eagles are their motto. Osiores acrioresque Achilles. Totally probably pronounced that wrong, but never mind, you know me. And also our second combat ready fighter squadron, number 3 Fighter, the oldest squadron here, formed way before the creation of the Royal Flying Corps. In 1911, formed at Lark Hill as number 2 Aeroplane Company, Air Battalion, Royal Engineers. So this is before 1912, but then when they finally became a Royal Flying Corps Squadron in 1912, they were renamed to number 3, and they moved to Coningsby in 2006. Now, they got a bit of a quirky emblem, the cockatrice. Now, being close to Stonehenge at Lark Hill, at Stonehenge Aerodrome. Don't forget, it was Stonehenge Aerodrome, it was before the Royal Flying Corps, right next to Lark Hill. And they used the cockatrice because apparently third shall be the first is the motto of number 3 Squadron, Free Fighter Squadron. They were the first to fly heavier than air aircraft. Of course, flight itself was lighter than air with balloons and kites, etc. But then aviation itself since 1903. But they were the first as a military unit to fly heavier than air aircraft, so they used a mythological creature called the cockatrice, a bit like a very angry cockerel and a bit of a Medusa type creature. Now, on their squadron markings, you may see what looks like 3 Roman numerals, but it's actually a bit of a play on Stonehenge. It looks like a monolith. They've stuck the creature called a cockatrice because apparently in mythology it was the first creature to fly. Now, me with a background of mythology could argue and defend poor Pegasus, who may have been the earliest creature to fly. However, if you were to take that to court, the thing is the cockatrice would turn its victims into stone. Now the problem is there are no witnesses on the defence of Pegasus because the cockatrice has taken the liberty of turning any witnesses on a counter into stone. So that's why no, I'm only joking, it's just my own version. But the cockatrice was chosen from a mythological sense as being the first creature to fly in mythology. But like I said, Pegasus, mind you, probably best that Pegasus wasn't flying around too much. Think about it, we all complain about birds doing their thing on our vehicles. Imagine the mess that a flying horse would do. And a big oi to everyone. Thank you very much for the support onwards and upwards. We start the week here at Coningsby. It's going to be a bit hit and miss this week due to the weather. Tomorrow does not look great in any sense at all. Wednesday is probably our best day of the week, so I'll try and pick wisely where our adventures takes us. Lots of cool stuff to talk to you about. The Typhoon fly-by-wire. Indeed, every single movement, flaperons, all the instruments that move externally on that Typhoon, it's all done thanks to the 70 or so computers known as an FCS flight control system on the Eurofighter Typhoon. Now, Coningsby built, completed November the 4th, 1940. Had its first residence in February of 1941 with this, the Handley Page Hamden, here it is, hey, with 106 Squadron, a twin-engine bomber that, well, had a 3-foot wide fuselage, 4,000 pound of payload, and it was a bit of an icon here in Lincolnshire as it made its way to RAF Scampton in 1938, but 106 Squadron came here first with this. There's a lot of firsts here at Coningsby as well. We've got the FGR4 and a T3 here at Coningsby. This is a T3. How we doing, ladies, gents, teddy bears? Hope we're all good. Welcome to the show. I might just go and quickly grab my cup of tea up here. Welcome to the Ted Coningsby channel. And like I said, it is since 1976 has gone back to Bomber County status, but officially Bomber County from 1940 when it was built right up to 1968, where Bomber Command retired its operations and thinking of replacing the Canberra that was stationed at RAF and operating at RAF Coningsby from 1953 right up to 1969, when number 6 Squadron arrived with their Phantom F4s. And it was from there that became Fighter County in the area. Amazing. So from Hamden's, from 1941, there it is, our very first aircraft, followed by a month later with the Avro Manchester, and then Coningsby started to receive via its satellite station Woodhall Spa, which you may be familiar with. Woodhall Spa was the satellite station for Coningsby, and the arrival of the Avro Lancasters until Coningsby closed its runways to have them upgraded to the Class A concrete runways as well, so that they can operate effectively without damage. The Avro Manchester 617 were the first to use the newly upgraded runways in September of 1943. Then 619 that swapped with them, 61, and eventually Coningsby started to receive Mosquitoes, and then the Avro Lincoln, until eventually in 1953 in 1953, ladies, gents and teddy bears, making a debut to the Ted Coningsby channel. In 1953, RAF Coningsby received its first ever jet aircraft, built by a company that were making fridges and locomotives, I know. And it was the legend Petters himself that made this. I give you the English Electric Canberra. Look at this, appearing on the show for the first time, the Canberra B2, and this was the first aircraft. It didn't serve as long as what it did with Marham's Canberras of 53 years of operations. Here from 1953 right up to 1968. We'll talk to you about that a little bit later on. Welcome to the Ted Coningsby channel. Welcome everyone. Margot Baxter, Davey Aspen, Mark Dudley, Christopher O'Connor, Simon Watchorn, Graham McRobert, Dieter Hallenberden, Batter Purple, Remco De Vrij, Captain A, Aspen, the Flying Duke, Steve Evans. Oh, thanks a lot, Graham McRobert. Oh yeah, Captain A, Rainbow Love, David Patrick, Sylvester. Here we go. And yeah, the Canberra was the chosen one to replace the beautiful first ever multi-role aircraft of the world. Indeed, the de Havilland Mosquito, legendary multi-role. And the Canberra was effectively created as well. First flight, Friday the 13th of May 1949. But it was given that sort of leap, the bridge between piston and jet. It made that leap for the Royal Air Force, that change. It was so good that the United States Air Force, under license, were interested and made their B-57 Canberras, and it's still flying today with NASA. So it's amazing how an aircraft is still going from 1949. makes a nice change for runway 07. The only problem is when they use the eastern runway, it is cold. Why? Because of the easterly winds. Tomboy, how you doing? Oi, oi. Summer Mochon, Tony Crystal, Fritz, oi, oi. Yeah, thanks a lot, Perry. Literally, yeah, indeed, from the very first flight by Beaumont, the legend, Friday the 13th of May 1949. Made, yeah, indeed, nearly 50 variants, 48. And it's the way that the man behind the design made that possible, from reconnaissance to a bomber to electronic warfare as a trainer. The one that I've got now, it is a B2. And the clever bit was the way that the sections were cut off in a way that literally, bit like Lego, if you want to, I'll show you. It's the way Petter's designed it, and English Electric. Absolutely brilliant. The cockpit section was closed off, and if you wanted the bomber version or a reconnaissance version, you just take the cockpit off, extend the fuselage. The wings, with this, you could take the wings off. You can take the back end off for more electronic warfare stuff. So it was made in literally, you could say, 5 sections. It's very clever. So you can have a pressurized cockpit, you can have a crew of 3. Really, really clever design with the Rolls-Royce Avon engines. They did come across some problems with the engines they were experiencing what's called surge, and also problems on crosswinds as well, the way the wind will get in. But other than that, they did manage to rectify some of the problems. You can even have about £8,000 of bombs in here. Stick some bombs in there. Very clever, very good. So it was easily reconfigured by taking the sections apart. Very clever. And of course Coningsby had various squadrons operating the English Electric Canberra here. Tell you what, you're in for a treat today. I've got a piece of engine to show you. Oh yeah. The Typhoon made in 4 different countries. Again, I'll give you the tour of the Typhoon, what it does, how the flight control system, fly-by-wire works, how inputs are made and what they do. Welcome to the show. The Typhoon's powered by 2 EJ200 engines. Again, a consortium of 4 countries, again putting together a wonderful, an amazing engine. 8-stage compressor. It's got a 3-stage fan and a 5-stage high pressure compressor, twin spool, so a single high pressure turbine and a low pressure turbine powering the compressors that they're designated with. 13,500 pound dry, 20,000 pound with reheat. It's got a surge detection and a system where it could actually rectify its own surge or even a flame out. So the pilot doesn't really need to do a lot, it will do it on its own. Sucks in about 75, compresses about 75 kilos of air per second, burns around 360 litres of fuel per minute. Woo, yeah. Listen to this. Yeah. But I'll tell you what, the Typhoon's compressor discs are phenomenal. A titanium alloy, but are called blisks. You see, compressors, which I'll show you, are usually in individual sections. So the blades, the compressor blades themselves, are individually inserted into the slots of the disc, and also a ring inside the compressor disc as well, adding to lots of weight and other factors that could encounter fatigue and damage. Whereas the Typhoon has got what's called a blisk. That's one unit, that's one entire, shall we say, a titanium mold. So it's a blisk and a disc all in one, called a blisk. It saves weight, less parts, more efficient, and being lightweight, it does help. A super cruise engine, Typhoon can super cruise with its wonderful engines. So sad for us, we don't get to see much of the reheats or afterburners because the Typhoon's thrust to weight ratio is insane. Typhoon is only 24,000 pound empty, and it's got just over 40,000 pounds of thrust. Boom. Oh yeah, I've been very busy. The Flying Duke, thank you very much. Yeah, totally over the weekend. Been doing a lot of lost airfields, learning about the tornado, I know, which I'll be featuring on the show, especially at Marham as well, and here, and telling you a little bit more about the Canberra, and also going into a little bit more in depth about how jet engines work as well. So you've got all that to look forward to. Like I said, I'll always add something different every time, and you're going to love that. Sadly, I haven't got yet a Blisk. I would try and get a Blisk. MTU, the German company, they make the high pressure and low pressure compressors, the discs or the Blisk itself. So I'm going to have to go and make my way into Germany. Bundesliga. Typhoon has about 15% metal, that's it. So you're talking about 85% carbon composite, lowering its radar cross-section as well. It's got a good radar cross-section. Anywhere between 0.5 meter squared to 0.7 meters. So there's our Typhoon map, left wing Italy, the right wing in Spain, the centre part of the fuselage made in Germany, the front section, the cockpit area made in Britain, and parts of Italy and Britain at the rear. So there's our map guide if you want to pause that. And I'll talk to you about the EJ200 engine as well. That's what it's powered by. Oh yeah. Woo! But I'll talk to you about that in just a moment. At this time we've got a Typhoon taxiing out for departure. there, number 6. Yeah. How we doing, ladies, gents, teddy bears? Lots more Typhoons on the main ASP, getting ready. So the one with the, I don't know if you caught the squadron markings there, which is number 6 squadron, I think is the one that you may be asking about. If it's number 6, in fact, just give me 1 second. You know me. It's suddenly gone quiet, and got one more nearby that's just did a go around there. It's well, I was going to say it looks a bit empty. It certainly is down at the ASP. There's not a Typhoon in sight. So there goes our screensaver. That's fine, no worries. It's certainly been a busy few moments, hasn't it? A nice morning here. I could do you know what? I could just about see, just so you can get the idea of how bad it is. Just about see the Typhoon into downwind. It's making its way. Wow, look at this aero braking, it's still going. Oh, that is our winner so far for aero braking. A method of relieving the braking systems and the front nose gear, just allowing literally drag the aerodynamics to just slow the aircraft down, just turning that undercarriage, just exposing it. Same sensation as you're going in a moving vehicle. Let's say you're going about, I don't know, 60 miles an hour. We all do it on a sunny day, especially. We can stick our hand out and you can feel the drag. You can feel it if your hand is completely flat like this. And if you move it, and I've explained this with lift, that's why the elevators, if you catch it right, it pushes your hand up. That's lift. If you push it down in this direction, it pushes your hand down. That's basically what the Typhoon is doing, coming in and just we've all done it when we were kids, perhaps, turning opening our jackets up on a windy day and just turning it into like one of those jumpings, those flying suits, you know, the ones I mean. But you can turn it into like a parachute. So that's basically what it's doing. It's just using the undercarriage underneath the Typhoon to create a lot of drag and just slow it down. But that was impressive. That was a very long wheel. Well, we call it a wheelie, but it is actually aerodynamic braking, or for short, aero braking. Typhoon taxiing back to the main. 29 squadron markings, which feature a buzzard and an eagle depicting aerial combat. Energetic and keen is the motto of 29 Squadron. One of the few squadrons that actually have a nickname. They are the Buzzards. Speaking of buzzards, I did see one yesterday, a huge, it was rather large, it was I guess the type is called here a common buzzard, I guess, but it was a buzzard nevertheless. It was really, really striking to see it. Really, really good, nice and huge. Impega et acer in Latin for energetic and keen. Again, probably pronounced that wrong, but never mind. Another cup of tea, keep warm, keep moving. How we're doing, ladies, gents, teddy bears. And earlier you may have seen a Typhoon with number 6 squadron markings. Now traditionally this is their, thanks a lot to Ken Delve and Mark Every for this book, thank you very much. This is number 6 Squadron's official squadron crest, their insignia. And you may have seen, let's have a look if I've got it here, you may have seen the zigzags and you may have seen this. Now, okay, so what you've got like an eagle okay, preying on having a good tasty KFS, Kentucky Fried Serpent. Now, their nickname during the Second World War were the Flying Can Openers. I haven't got a good picture to show you. Now, because of this, what they've done, now this doesn't really look like an eagle and a serpent. So what it is actually an eagle flying with a can opener, or the tin opener. So the Flying Can Openers were the nicknames because of the amount of tanks that Tiger tanks that they were destroying with their Hurricanes. So that's why they're called that. Let's have a little look at the, give you a tour of the Typhoon. There's our Typhoon there. Again, I'll give you a quick tour of it, made in 4 different countries. Again, give you all the details from the nose right down to the engines, the fairing flaps as they're called. There are 12 of those petals that move and control the nozzles through hydraulics. They don't sweep, but inside the nose is where it all happens, but I'll talk to you about that. But just quickly, left wing Italy and the right wing made in Spain. So 2 different countries. They have different colour primers as well to denominate what country the parts are from. The centre part of the fuselage made in Germany. This front section of the cockpit, including the front part of that fuselage and the nose, made in Britain. Rear parts and sections for both Italy and Britain. And to give you an idea of how much cabling goes on, inside that fuselage has around 30 kilometres of cable. I know, if you thought your PC and the back of your television cinema systems have bad enough wiring, then try that. The wings are held on by about, I think they're about a 9-inch, 9-inch bolts, I think it is, that hold on each ring. They're quite clever. But if we start with the nose over here, this is where things get upgraded. The active electronic scanned array, the phased array system, the battlefield. Yes, the very first one was like a made by Marconi. We'll call that the Mark 0. There's Mark 1 and the latest and greatest Mark 2. Couldn't tell you which one's got what. Again, that pretty much is classified, things like that. But the new latest and greatest, developed by Leonardo, and you've got BAE Systems, I think it was Hensoldt as well that were making these, the Capt E inside. I'll have to find out a little bit more details, a little bit sort of an amazing active phased array that can scan and detect all your anything moving, anything with the fan, anything spinning. It will detect any light vehicles moving around. It will detect quite far. Just to give you an idea, from the ECR-90 with electronic countermeasures from back in the days of the earlier radar, we're talking about being able to, lock onto targets, over 160 kilometers away. That's impressive. Larger aircraft, 300 kilometers away. That's nuts, isn't it, to lock onto targets like that? That is basically your battlefield. I think it does about I think it's 110 degrees either side, so it is absolutely incredible. Even the beauty about having electronically and phased antennas is the fact that if you've got a 2-ship coming towards you and they split, the Typhoon can still lock onto them even though they've split, whereas manual radars cannot do that. And this is this can be a bit of a problem, as you imagine, on the battlefield. If we just turn the Typhoon to this side, something else on the battlefield, the IRST, infrared search and track, the Pirate system. Now, not all countries have this. It's an optional extra, just like you do when you're going in to buy your vehicle. You want alloys, I'll have some leather seats. Well, you can actually get the IRST, infrared search and track. It's a very, very clever infrared system on the Typhoon, where Austria and the German Air Force do not have this. So you'll have a look at the port side of the Typhoon and see that omitted. Now, it's an infrared search and track. It can actually, you can look through the Typhoon, literally look through it, a bit like X-ray vision in HD nighttime, and it's got a thermal filter. You can check and track at night. You can even land it in complete darkness. It can actually see in HD HD. It's very, very clever to have that. There is also another type called FLIR, forward-looking infrared, but we won't go into that. We'll just keep that simple as well, right? So this, again, use that using your active electronic scan array. It's amazing. So next, as we move down, if we get to, let's go under here. So underneath, you've got 4 little triangles here, which are, there's 2 red covers when they're parked up. They're the ADPs, the Aircraft Data Pitot. Now, they're split into lanes. Now, they send data to a set of computers. Now, the Typhoon is fly-by-wire, which in terms is actually called a FCS, Flight Control System. The Typhoon actually has around 70 computers to keep this flying. It's amazing. Now, the thing is with that, they're split into 4 lanes, hence why you've got 4 types of data. And each lane will manage, what, 18 or 17 in each lane, for example. Now, the thing is with that, you can, someone told me, a question by one of our viewers said, well, what happens if the FCS goes down? Well, you can have a very extremely, I'd probably play the lottery if you can have 70 computers go down, because the Typhoon, I saw some data that lane 2 had gone down completely. That's 25% of the flight control system. But it has a get me home safe, it goes into like a safety mode, which is enough. The Tornadoes had fly-by-wire, and they also had this system where it would go manually into like an electronic hydraulic system to actually just to get the Typhoon home safely. Can it start back up again? No, it won't. Computer says no, it needs to be rectified. So it's amazing, isn't it, really, when you've got that system. Now, the Typhoon has doesn't have any elevators. The elevators, the sort of like the little wings at the back, and literally you move them up, angle of attack up, move them down, angle of attack down, etc. It controls, hence elevator, etc. Now, the Typhoon doesn't have that. So what it does, it has 4 planes, these little wings here. So basically lift them up, angle of attack, moves the nose up. Push them down, you can actually use them for braking as well, but it bunts the aircraft downwards. All right, so there you go. You've got the 4 planes there. On landing, you'll see them push into the downwards position, again causing a bit of drag, that kind of thing. As we turn the Typhoon over here, it does have a diverter, which I'll go into detail. The actual system for the inlets here is called an S-duct inlet system. Why an S-duct? Well, this hides the fan. Remember, radar love heat, they love spinny thingies. I know, crazy, innit? And to hide that, you have an S system. Basically, look into the Typhoon, not around the Typhoon, look into the Typhoon. You cannot see the front stage of the compressors. You can't see the fan. And that's to hide that from radar. It's very clever. So they have what's called an S. It's not unique to the Typhoon. It is a kind of like a stealthy attribute, but it's there for that reason. Now, the problem is having your intakes underneath does cause a bit of a problem. If you imagine air is like fluid, you're going to get air that starts to stick, low pressure air that starts to create a draggy air. There is a problem with that. When you get draggy air at the intakes, the problem, you see, propellers, engines, I don't know, Boeing 747, they don't have this problem. The air's going straight into the engines. Whereas if you've got intakes underneath like this and your engine's somewhere else in a fighter jet system, you're going to start to create a lot of drag under here. Now, this is called the boundary layer. And the boundary layer will go in as a different type of low pressure draggy air. Now, there is a problem with that. If you imagine your fan spinning round, you're going to get draggy air hitting the top of the fan and your high pressure air hitting, or your regular air intake hitting the rest of it. So as it's spinning round, it's going to cause a bit of a problem and can cause engine damage. So what you do, you have what's called a splitter. The F-35 has a divertless splitter. So this is the boundary layer diverter. It can also control the air going supersonic, because you don't really want supersonic speeds going in there. To control supersonic speeds and high speeds, it has cowlings here on left and right of the inlets, and they move, I know, to control the air. If I just turn that round a little bit, here you've got the probe that ejects out for air-to-air refueling. You've got the 27mm BK Mauser cannon. Again, the Tornado had, well, it had 2 at first, then just the 1 on the later models. It fires out of here. You've got your leading edge slats here. If we turn the Typhoon round, got an air brake here. 85% carbon composite. I'm going to show you the breakdown in a moment. This is your FOTD, fibre optic towed decoy. It has a decoy out of this pylon. You've got your flaperons here and here, and I'll show you again how that all works. You've also got, for defence, you've got missile approach warning system. That will give the Typhoon a chance to say, hang on, something's gone wrong, we've been detected. You've got a vent here where fuel vents out for good reason. You need fuel to vent out when it starts up. If there's too much fuel, it'll push it out. If you're doing negative G as the fuel pushes up the wrong way, if that makes sense, you're going to start to get a bit of fuel starvation, so you don't get any trap there. You just bleed that or vent out the fuel. Underneath, again, if we just go under here, you've got flare dispensers here. You've also got, so that's for heat-seeking missile defence. You've also got a chaff dispenser that's here and here. Bits of metal. They used to call that window in World War II, bits of metal to fool enemy radar. So if it's guided, you're going to need chaff. If it's heat-seeking, you're going to need flares. All else fails for heat-seeking. If you run out of flares, literally, might sound old school, but just head for the sun. It can work. Another question I get asked, Nikos, what is this intake here? That's your RAM intake. What this does, it actually cools down the Typhoon's engines in excess of reheat. So during a display, that will be working overtime. So like an intake to cool down the Typhoon's EJ200 engines here. It has 13 hard points. Okay, so 13 and a half if you want to add blue tack, so you can land the Typhoon on desks and things like that, eh? There we go. So 13 hard points. One will designate one, the 13th, for the centre drop tank. You can add 2 more drop tanks on each wing. So if we've got 6 either wing, or 6 on each side, so if we say 1 drop tank there and 1 drop tank here, that leaves you with 5. That leaves you with 5 more, right? So you can have 1, 2 missiles here, and then that leaves you with 3 to put on the actual wing. Again, on this side, you've got 5 more hard points, 1, 2 here, and then you can have 3 more on the wing. It can take absolutely everything. It can even take a nuclear bomb, paveway, storm shadow, all the kind of good stuff, brimstone, paveways, guided, everything. You can even stick a lantern a lightning pod, sorry. Lightning is, I was thinking a lantern, but it's not, it's a lightning pod, the targeting pod on the Typhoon as well. Let's have a quick look at my diagram. Let's have a bit more sense of that, just to give you an idea of what we're talking about here. That's the breakdown of the Typhoon. As I mentioned, if you want to pause it, okay, and I'll talk to you about the flight control system. So I've marked it out of the breakdown. Everything in white is carbon fibre composites. So the EJ200 I'm going to show you in just a moment. So let's have a little look at movement. So let's take the F-15 for example. I haven't got one on me, but the F-15, it hasn't got fly-by-wire, so it's flying in a straight line. The pilot doesn't need to do anything. If it starts to doing all BFMs and all these aerial combat basic fighter maneuvers, the pilot's inputting quite a lot of the instruments to get the plane to fly the way it does, right? The Typhoon, going in a straight line with its flight control system, that computer system is working hard just to keep the Typhoon going straight. Yep, the Typhoon was made deliberately to be aerodynamically unstable. If the Typhoon's doing some rolls, okay, so to roll left flaperon up, right flaperon down, and it will spin to the left. It will roll to the left, sorry, not spin. If the Typhoon wants to roll right flaperon up, left flaperon down, and it will roll to the right. Okay, now you've also got the angle of attack, as we mentioned. 4 planes up pushes the angle of attack up. The 4 planes down pushes the it's a shame I can't move these, that'll be good. Rudder as well, rudder left, it banks left, rudder right, turns right, etc. So there you go, some clever stuff on the Typhoon there that we just showed you. Now the Typhoon's engine, the wonderful EJ200 engine, and it is literally, again, a masterpiece made by 4 different companies as a consortium known as Eurojet. Rolls-Royce, they have the combustion system, the high pressure turbine and the engine health management system. You've got MTU, which make up 30%, Avio Aero and ATP Aero as well. Now the the system, as we said, suck, squeeze, bang, blow. We all know that. Now, you've got air going in. It meets the first stage of the fan, and they're blisks, they're titanium. And what it does, it compresses the air, and it gets smaller and smaller. It squeezes the air, which is why compressors, they get narrower and narrower. Now, the first stage is a 3-stage low-pressure fan. So the air's going to get sucked in, and it squeezes it 4.2. So if you imagine your tyres, or imagine the air right now is 1 bar of pressure, they're going to get pressurised to 4.2 to 1. Doesn't sound a lot, but that's why it's called a low pressure. It goes through 3 stages of these titanium blisks, goes through that, then it meets the 5-stage high pressure compressor. Now, 3 of them are blisks, and the last 2 are conventional. What I mean by that is that they're individual blades. Well, I'm going to show you that in a minute. And it compresses that to a whopping 26 to 1. So it went in at 1 bar, it has now been squeezed 26 times. Why are we compressing air? Well, we compress air to make it more combustible. The rest of the air is called the bypass, okay, and the bypass ratio is 0.4. If you don't have a bypass, the reason for the bypass, it gives you better flow, okay, it makes it quieter and a lot more efficient. Because if you didn't have a bypass, the air's going to probably have trouble just going in a lot smoother, perhaps. All right, so you've got your air that's compressed now. So in there, air, if it started like this much, it's squeezed down 26 times in there. It's met with a spray of fuel, and then what it does in here, it combusts it. So that's the suck, the squeeze, now the bang. It mixes, it sprays with the fuel, compresses it. The fuel is mixed with the compressed air, and bang, that's why it's a lot more combustible, and it's a lot more economical as well. That kinetic energy, that force, that bang, all right, actually turns these turbines. There's one high pressure turbine which actually powers the 5-stage high pressure compressor. Then there's a low pressure turbine that powers 3 stages as well of these massive 3-stage low pressure compressor. So you've got turbines that power each of their denominated compression. Now, the thing is, once you get up to here, that's thrust. That could be on a Boeing 747, a Rolls-Royce Trent engine, that's fine. But what about the afterburner? What about the reheat? Reheat, afterburner is actually 2 words put into one. They mean the same thing. You're reheating something after, and you're burning something after, okay? It has a massive chamber. Now, the Typhoon will produce 13,500 pounds of thrust. Dry, it's called. What you're doing now, you haven't got compressed air here. It's just hot gases. You're now going to spray fuel into just hot gases. That is why it's 30%, 3 times as much more less efficient, but gives you an increase in power, right up to 20,200 pounds of reheat. All right, that's why it's not fuel efficient. In fact, 360 litres of fuel per minute. Can you imagine that? That's insane. I'm going to show you but that's how a engine will work. All right, so you got to compress. Let me see if I got anything else that I can show you. Give me a second. I'm going to show you a compressor stage. Right now, this minute, I will show you it. Give me a sec. Making a debut. So the Typhoon actually has 2 of these. So it's got 5, goodness me, this weighs literally a ton. So the Typhoon's got a 5-stage high pressure compressor, okay? 3 of those are blisks. But then this, my friends, is what a compressor looks like. Yep, they're the blades, look at them. I'm going to see if I can show you. Let me just, there you go. So this is spinning, and look how small the compressor blades are, look at them. Okay, so this whole thing is a compressor disc and blades, all right? Now the Typhoon will have 2 of these actually. They're loose, they're meant to have a little bit of play, but this is how small and tight it gets in here, made out of titanium. If I show you the back as well, look at this. So this This is amazing. So this is spinning round and compressing that air. There's also stator blades as well, and stator blades that don't move, and it channels that air beautifully. So this is off an RB199, I know, off a Tornado, but this gives you an idea how complex. Made out of titanium, amazing. I will try and get a BAE Systems van. I will try and get somehow some blisks or one blisk. Hello. Yeah. Whew. Well, I hope you enjoyed that. That was a so making a debut, the compressor. So the Typhoon has 5 of those high pressure ones that I showed you, but 2 of those in that style where the blades are actually connected individually, each of those little tiny little teeth, those blades. And then the other 3 discs are actually called blisks. One whole titanium alloy, one section, so it's not split. And the reason for that is to keep the weight down, and it's less prone to damage as well. I hope you enjoyed the that there. Welcome to the Ted Coningsby channel, ladies, gents, teddy bears. But yeah, it'll be a regular on that. I'll try and get. Yeah, I will probably need a bigger van at this rate. Oh, dearie me. But there we go. It's all good. You know it is. We do have a Typhoon inbound. It's well, more than one actually, but there's a singleton just coming now. There you go, just using the 4 planes there in the downward position. And here comes the other one. So it is a flight to Chaos flight. AC squadron markings as well. And number 2, number 6 we've seen as well today, based at RAF Coningsby. So should be some more in just a moment. So a very good morning, good afternoon, good evening, good day, wherever you're watching from in the world. Welcome to a very cold January here at RAF Coningsby in Lincolnshire. And Lincolnshire has a lot of history enriched here in England's second largest county. Welcome to the show. Hope you're all good and well. So we are tuned in from the official viewing area, Spotters Car Park. Please be mindful and make yourself familiarised with general care and vigilance as well, especially this day and age. Again, please, if the car park is full, please don't attempt to park it just outside here. It is a busy road, and it's obviously has its legal implications, so if you find yourself unable to park, there is a car park in the village. And it's only £2 all day. I know, it's pretty cool, isn't it? Sorry, town. Why did I say village? Sorry, in the town of Coningsby. I was thinking of where I was yesterday. Yes, in the you can park it in the town. It's about 20-minute walk from here, and do be mindful on when crossing the road. Again, you may come across what's called crash gates. Please do not stand and block this. Especially under no circumstances with vehicles, that's an absolute no. Please don't park there at all for safety, because it's called a crash gate or an emergency exit, known as crash gates. It's not just unique to Coningsby, it's around in all airports, civilian or military, and it's for emergency services to be used. And it doesn't have to be just for example, an aeroplane. Although generally it is, of course, a crash gate for that reason, so the emergency services may have to attend something that's non-plane related, and that could be the nearest route to get to the emergency. Of course, if the worst should happen and it's to retrieve a plane, that would be used to smash through and get to where they need to be quickly. So please don't be that person. Again, you are okay to cross the road, but do take care. Please don't touch the fence, rest your ladders on the fence, certainly don't damage it. And again, the lights, as you can probably tell, flashing there for your own safety, and to accompany that are the red and white fence over there. Please don't stand over there It is for your safety, so please don't go over there. You can stand to the right or the left of the fence, of that red and white fence. It's for your safety and your health as well. You know, at the end of the day, if something falls off, or, you know, if the pilot has an emergency and things go wrong, you don't want to be standing there. Taxiing out. It is indeed. And we've got Typhoon taxiing out for departure as well, which is all good. It's like a singleton. And don't forget, you can, if you want more info on plane spotting, where to go, where to be in the know, come and join our community as a member. Join like-minded Ted Coningsby fans. Lots of them very, very extremely knowledgeable, some ex-serving. So, 1 for departure. Part of the serial number, usually. There we go. Looks good in the grey. Typhoon's amazing thrust to weight ratio. Now, thrust to weight ratio, now I get this quite a lot. Here we go. Now, the Typhoon's power is insane with the two EJ200 engines. I get this quite a lot, and oh dear. So you may see quite a few of our videos where I will have a title saying, you know, from brakes release to 8 seconds. One, I get a lot about the grammar. A run and brake information actually is spelled B-R-E-A-K. What would brakes do in, you know, your brakes are on your landing gear. They're not really going to do a lot, so I have to educate people in that respect. But when it comes to, I know, right, the B-R-A-K-E, a brake on the landing gear, it's not really going to do a lot as you're flying, really. There we go. So I have to correct people in grammar. They have no idea about aviation, and they see a bit of grammar and they get excited, so I have to correct them in that respect. But the other thing is the brakes released at 8 seconds. When I write in a title that not many aircraft can do to do what I'm about to explain. The thing with the Typhoon, it's thrust to weight ratio. Right, obviously I'm not going to get you to do this, but those that know about track day, racing karts, and you know, track day cars, things like that. If you take, let's take, I don't know, let's take a, I don't know, just take any vehicle. If you ripped out the back seats, if you took off the front bonnet, if you took out the interior, weigh it, okay? Now, obviously don't do that unless you are going to go track day. Now, you know what I'm going to go with this. Just literally take out the dashboard, everything that you don't need, but it can still drive. Even the spare wheel, weigh all that. Your car will go faster, okay? Does that make sense? Like a power to weight, yeah? Does that make sense? Surely it will do. So if you stuck, you know, you see where I'm going, that is power to weight. So with the Typhoon, it's very light. In fact, the thrust to weight ratio between the thrust and the weight is what we call a 1-1. You can even exceed a 1-1 by, you know, making it even lighter. All right. Now, from brakes released to 8 seconds, again, depending on the pilot, it's 185 miles per hour, and the Typhoon can rotate into 50, 60, and actually accelerate vertically. I get a lot of people going, well, every aircraft can do that. I don't see a Chewy flight doing that because it weighs a lot and it doesn't really have a thrust to weight ratio like a Typhoon. Yes, it can rotate maybe in 8 seconds. Okay, I get that, but it can't pull up and accelerate vertically. And it's not necessarily just on departure. A Typhoon will do a high alpha like this, 150 knots maybe, keeping that angle of attack going about 150, 125, 150, and then it can just accelerate straight up. That's thrust to weight ratio at its finest. F-16s or F-18s can't do that. It needs to get the speed in. That's why when you got a max power takeoff and they're heavy, they don't really go up. They go a little bit out this way and blast it out because they cannot accelerate vertically. Now, I'm not saying that only the Typhoon can do that. What I'm saying is that thrust to weight ratio, when you got 1-1 or in excess of that, you can just go accelerate. If you are a heavier aircraft, you'll need to get your speed behind you. You're going to get and beat the forces of gravity by going 450 miles per hour and then pulling up. F-35, F-15E Strike Eagle. That's why they do it. If you've got a heavier payload, you can make a F-35A have a 1-1 thrust to weight ratio. How do you do that? Just put 50% of fuel, and you probably could in about 8-10 seconds pull up and climb vertically, because now you weigh less. That's the thing. Fully fueled, the Typhoon can easily go straight up from 8 seconds of rotate, and that's the difference. Okay, I'm not saying that, you know, not so I had a few comments where I kind of thought, I'm not going to delete them, I'm going to actually explain and just say that in 8 seconds the Typhoon can start accelerating. That's hard to do. If you're a heavier aircraft, you need to go and get all that speed behind you and then pull up. And that's the beauty about having a thrust to weight ratio. And of course, naturally, as you're flying in the skies, you're going to get lighter and lighter because your fuel is running out. So you could, in effect, actually increase your altitude. But then we start to go into different things. We start to go into coffin corner and all that kind of stuff. We're not going to go into detail today. there we go. So yes, I get some funny comments where sometimes I'm just like, I will actually just explain it, you know. Not everyone knows. There we go, right. There we go. Yeah, it was nice to hear the car alarm suffering there. And again, don't forget, it depends how your aircraft is configured. You can then give, you know, it depends how much fuel you got fully loaded. Are you fully loaded with some payload? Are you 50% of fuel? If you put 50% of fuel, you are going to save a lot of weight, although you probably need to go and meet the gas station of the skies, perhaps a KC-135. But there we go. Welcome to the Ted Coningsby channel, hope you're well and keeping warm. We're going to go and get another top up of tea. Hello there, all right there. Yeah. How you doing? Okay. Good. How are we doing, ladies, gents, teddy bears? Hope we're all good and well. Welcome to the show. And, we've had. It was nice to see the reheats there. Again, now you know how they work by spraying straight into the afterburner or reheat chamber, but it's not using any compressed air. It's just using the hot gases. Uses 3 times more fuel, but can give you around 30% more power. Well, the Typhoon engine from 13,500 pounds each boosts to 20,200 pounds with the reheats. Paul Fairclough, how you doing? BKD Tuning, how's it going as well? Gary Lopton, Captain A, Sue Arthur, welcome to the show. Derek A, Dieter, Karen Glenn, Margot, Davey, Bobby, love that, with the 8. How's it going? Oi, oi. Legends, hope we're all good and well. So welcome to the show, hope you're all good. Oh, I'm enjoying that cup of tea. Tea tastes good in the cold, keeping the bones warm. Big shout out to everyone at Coningsby, all roles from the MPGS, RAF Police, how you all doing? Big shout out to the Hedgehog crew as well, towing the aircraft about. Everyone in tower, how you doing? All the ground crew, crew chiefs, engineers, mechanics, fairies, computer geeks, pilots, everyone on BA systems as well, who play a major part here at Coningsby, especially with the operational conversion unit, who have the program for the ground school, the AWCU, and of course 17 Squadron Air Cadets, the Air Training Corps of 17 Squadron as well. The catering, how are they doing? All roles making up one massive family, the Royal Air Force, everything here. And of course, Coningsby is a quick reaction alert station. It's one of two in Britain. This is QRA station number 2. Number 2 south. We also have a designated airport to escort in the instance on the incident of a hijack scenario, or to escort a rogue aircraft. It is indeed Stansted. And not forgetting RAF Lossiemouth QRA station number 1 north. QRA means 24/7 365, no matter if it's your birthday, Christmas, doesn't matter, on any holidays at all. Men, women ready to scramble. What that means for me, as someone that loves to research history, is the fact that the very footsteps of those that scrambled in the Second World War are doing it today, are passing on and ready to do that today. So whether you are ground crew, who will be required to be on QRA as well, not forgetting the ground crew who make sure those Typhoons are ready to go. You do not want a scenario where they're not serviceable. That would be a disaster. And of course, QRA, quick reaction alert. It's not just about the flying, because it's done way before that, ladies, gents and teddy bears. It's done way before that, and we cannot talk about quick reaction alert without RAF Bulmer up there in the north. We can't go on without mentioning RAF High Wycombe in the south, and RAF Swanwick as well in the south. It's all done in those areas to detect the threat and make that call, which is why I said you fly without a flight plan, you fly without communicating, which is important to Squawk 7600 if you have a communications failure. Imagine that. If you didn't, you're going to get a visit, put it that way, which is why you can't turn your transponder off regardless. Military aircraft cannot just fly wherever they want. They will cause a QRA. That's how you manage it. We also can't forget, of course, RAF Bryce Norton, but I'll talk to you about them in a moment. This, my friends, is called Quick Reaction Alert. There is another QRA station, but that's out in the Falkland Islands with 1435 flight. How you all doing out there with 4 Typhoons named Hope, Charity, Faith and Desperation? They have 4 Typhoons there and protecting the airspace in the Falkland Islands. Now, approaching aircraft are monitored and detected by a team of the Air Operations Systems officers, and that's called a CRC, a Control and Reporting Centre, and they're based at RAF Bulmer. And what they do, if you imagine a ground-based military and civilian radar that they monitor, they detect every single aircraft, they identify it, and they do this 24/7 365, literally staring at a screen of every aircraft, making sure that they're on track, en route, and not doing anything silly. Now, this is actually called a recognised air picture, called RAP, all right? And what they do to monitor any potential threat it's more like a coordinating the response. Now, what they do, they use information from radar sites across the UK, and from Civilian Air Traffic and Intelligence Agency. The surveillance team in the CRC at Bulmer, what they do, they will identify and share the recognised air picture with National Air and Space Operations Centre called NASOC. Now, they are down in the south, called RAF Air Command, and they're in High Wycombe. So that screen, that RAP, is then sent to them. Okay, it's sent to NASOC, which is based at High Wycombe. Now, NASOC, they decide if the threat is sufficient to scramble Typhoon jets, and then they'll communicate with Bulmer and pass that on to Bulmer if it is. So the CRC, they're in direct contact with pilots, for example, at RAF Lossiemouth, and then what will happen then, Coningsby will be on standby. It's not just a Lossiemouth thing. Oh my god. We got some bunny hopping going on. I don't know if you could hear that. That was hilarious. So once that's done, it's scramble, scramble, scramble. But then from there, though, just to bring that back a bit, the air traffic controllers at Swanwick, which is 78 Squadron, they work with their civilian counterparts to ensure Typhoons can follow the most direct route. Okay, so you get the call, the bells rung, scramble, the pilots are running to the aircraft, and yes, at 3 in the morning, for example, ground crew could be just in their underwear. I don't know why I said that. I'm just giving you the scenario of the severity and the importance of just getting, pilots of course will have to wear, their full suit and the G suit, but I'm just saying, and that's actually quite a true story, by the way. Helen Seymour will tell you about that if you ever hear any of her podcasts, but they will run to that Typhoon and make sure 78 Squadron give them the direct route. You've got to remember, think how many aircraft, if you look at ADSB, don't put the military filter on, have a look what's up there. Imagine there was a scramble now at QRA. So 78 Squadron will make sure from Swanwick that Typhoon gets to the rogue aircraft directly. And then they'll embed with Swanwick Centre. They'll run the NATS, which is run by NATS, the UK's main civil air services provider. And the Royal Air Force's aerospace systems operator at High Wycombe and air traffic controllers at Swanwick, they'll continuously coordinate the response with scrambled Typhoons. And to extend the endurance, yes, RAF Bryce Norton will also scramble a Voyager as well. So it's really important to understand that. Again, if you are thinking about a Royal Air Force career, you can get into Air Operations Controller. You can become an Air Operations Systems. You can become an engineer officer in communications electronics. You can become a pilot of Typhoon Frontline or in RAF Bryce Norton with the heavies. You can assist in that. You can become a weapons systems officer. There's so many roles that the whole Royal Air Force brings out. So in the United States, they have 5 QRA stations. They're called NORAD, by the way, but it's a larger country, so you'd expect to have more. Here comes the Typhoon now on the inbound. Take that too. workings of number 11 fighter squadron there, the world's oldest dedicated fighter squadron. So we've got the oldest squadron here and the world's oldest fighter squadron, so that's pretty impressive to have them here. Welcome to the Ted Coningsby channel. Live. It's a bit on the old cold side here today, but it is January. It'd be a bit worrying if it was warm. Hope we're all good, ladies, gents, teddy bears. Welcome to the show. Hello, Wingy here, reporting for duty. How are you? Yes. I used to be a wing commander, you know, yes. Yes, what's all the racket going on here? What's going on? Yes, that's it. The wonderful RAF, yes. How are you there? How are you? Oh, yes, good. It's good. No, I'm not good. Good is my friend. Oh, yes. I forgot your name. What's your name again? Dear, oh dear. What's happened to this finest of men? What is going on here? My name is Jens from Germany. Ah, yes, good. How are you? No, I'm Jens. Good, how are you? You go there, listen. Yeah. Listen, I'm looking for Captain Vapor. Oh, you're looking for him again? Yes. Gerd's that way. No, I'm not looking for Gerd. I'm Gerd. No, I'm not Gerd. I am Jens. Oh, don't know what's going on here. But anyway, I hope you have a lovely day. Yes, but I must find Captain Vapor. Oh, he's that way. Yeah, Gerd. What? Everyone is not called Gerd. What? Yes, Gerd. Gerd's looking for you. Gerd, just wait 1 minute. I'm going to go and get Gerd. Gerd's looking for you. Gerd, I found him. I am not Gerd. I am Jens from Germany. Yes, far. Gerd, come here.
It is I who you seek.
Ah, yes. It's you. I've been looking for you. Captain Vapor, how are you?
I am fine. How are you?
Yes, very good. Have you been watching the Bundesliga?
Yes, I'm fine.
Listen, it's important for me to tell you that I am your father.
You could have just sent me a text message.
No, that's not the way you do it.
Well, listen, I'm not Captain Vapor. Oh dear. No, never mind.
These are markings of number 11 Fighter Squadron, the world's oldest dedicated fighter squadron. They sport the Roman numerals on their squadron number, X1 brackets F for fighter. There's nothing significant other than a traditional form of use, just like using Latin for the motto. Yes, very well spotted. There is no ILS glide slope here at Coningsby for runway 7. That is absolutely well spotted. Yep, very well done there, Perry. I remember when I was doing this, talking about ILS at runway 25, and they didn't have one. You may notice bottom of the screen there with the details, runway 12 and 30. That is correct. There is another small runway for the lighter aircraft. They use that. I've seen Spitfires use it as well, another light aircraft. There's even a grass runway here at Coningsby to train on the Chipmunk on grass runways. That's the 2 day glows there that you can see, those orange markers. And that's, I guess, that's, well, it depends how you want to look at it. That's the start of the grass runway there. I guess they'd call that the grass runway for, I don't know, that would be 07, right? And, oh, here we go. I'll tell you what, I love this overhead shot. Hang on, you'll see what I mean in a minute. Hang on.
Oh, is that one? Oh, is that one coming out? I think we got one coming out. Yes.
Big shout out to the MT and the Bowsers. So transports and Bowsers as well. Not forgetting them. There's a Typhoon hiding there. Oh, there's two. That's good. Another Foon. That's the runway caravan positioned at the runway in use. Big shout out to them, having a direct communications for safety. So it looks like they're hot pitting by the look of it. Part of the integral combat turn, ICT, very important on the battlefield. And also for sorties, training sorties as well.
get to see a lot of the markings today from Lossiemouth as well. So we've had number 2 and number 6 squadron. A very warm welcome to everyone that's tuned in. Matt Foster, how you doing? Derek, Francis Williams, Captain A, Perez, Matt Man Bush, Matt Foster. Welcome to the show, Graham Dicker, Tony Crystal. So this is number 2 squadron based at RAF Lossiemouth in Scotland, and you can see the knot there of number 2 squadron, the wake knot or the Hereward knot, and it's a historic knot and a role as a guardian of the army, as they're known as number 2 Army Corps squadron, to assist and protect the army, and the squadron's markings live on. day for squadron markings today. And if you are interested in the history of markings, I'll just quickly show you an amazing book by Ken Delve and Mark Every. So if you've this is the markings of number 1 to 100. There is a 101 onwards, so let's have a look at what they've got here with number 2. There you go, there's the knot there. There we go. Beautiful. It's a bit of a phantom. Again, a great book. So get yourself a copy. The thumbs up there now. Today is a day of keep moving and just literally keep moving and drinking lots of tea. I'm just going to go and grab another cuppa, I think. But yeah, easterly winds really do give a very, very cold chill, as you might expect. Ooh. My tornado has arrived. I've got a nice tornado to show you as well on the screens. Sadly not today, but I will be featuring it soon. So I did quite a lot of homework over the weekend regarding the tornado. So I can talk to you about it, especially here in Marham as well. Marham especially, and Lossiemouth, which literally sounded like it really hung on to the tornado quite a long time, actually, wasn't it? Trying to think, we've had everything back. I think we've still got maybe another flight still out there, possibly a singleton. I'm just going to go and grab another cuppa. Oi, oi! How's it going, man?
Frozen.
Oh, mate, I've just been having tea. Up and down, up and down. Nice to see some afterburners, though, isn't it?
Some cracking shots.
Cracking, isn't it?
You know that chocolate with diamonds?
Yeah, yeah, the shot diamonds.
They've got the proper shot diamonds in there.
I think good day to see some different markings. So you've got 2 and a 6.
Yep. It's a shame it's not clean sky. They found it, didn't they?
Oh, did it?
A month right in
Yeah, cockpit in, straight back out, so should be a busy one today. Well, actually it's been quite good already, isn't it?
Oh, it's brilliant. It's a bit cold, but
nothing like tea can't fix. Oh, did you see the crew in that truck bunny hopping? Here we go. Yeah, did you see that? It was they started from here beeping the horn and waving.
I heard someone. Yeah, I heard someone.
Yeah, it was like slamming the brakes and dipping the clutch to get it like a little bunny hop in the truck all the way down, nearly where you guys were. But oh dear. No, it's fine. Honestly, it's all good. It's all good. It's good. So it sounds like they're hot pitting over there still.
Pardon?
Sounds like it. The engine's still going.
Oh, wow, yeah.
Right. How we doing, ladies, gents and teddy bears? Welcome to the Ted Coningsby channel. Hope you're all good. So, aircraft, as soon as they come back, are refueled immediately. And it's done, one, for safety as well, because condensation can build up and it can be extremely flammable, highly flammable, and very dangerous if that builds up inside the fuel tanks. So it's filled up to stop that from happening, and secondly, it also readies the aircraft for the next sortie. Having another cup of tea, and I'll probably go and have a quick bite to eat, but don't worry, I'm not going to go too far, just in case there is another departure. For those wondering what hot pitting is, hot pitting is when you refuel your aircraft with the engine or engines still running. And it's a quick way to refuel an aircraft, a lot quicker than actually shutting it down and fueling it and then starting the engines up. So it's a lot quicker, everything's running, all the pumps are working, so it becomes about 10 to 12 minutes to hot pit refuel. The Typhoons will just keep both engines running. I think that's what's going on the south side. I can hear the engine still running. Haven't shut down yet. Oi oi to all of you, Williams, RSVP, Laura, Margot, Christopher Carr, Robin, Streets, Davey, Bobby, Margot. Welcome to the show. Alex Blackcat. Alex, how's the snow where you are in New York? And Ted hasn't taken off his scarf yet. It's a bit of a chill this winter.
There's our squadron leader, Ted Coningsby, who's flying the RAF ensign there. So, a Guards March. Let's warm things up here. Guards March to Barry, M8I, high five, and welcome to the Ted Coningsby Squadron. Guards March to you. Also, a Guards March to Hitchers Wit, high five, and a Guards March. Thank you for joining our Ted Coningsby Squadron as well. And Harold van der Vecht, high five. Guards March. Thank you for joining the Posh Officers Club. The Ted Coningsby Squadron. Posh Officers Club is Tony Rivers, high five, and a Guards March. Thank you for joining our Posh Officers Club there, probably inspired there by Wingy. Babsar, high five, and a paw pump. Thank you for gifting 5 Ted Coningsby memberships. Wayne L. Goog, thank you as well with 32 months membership. Another month the wife gets no sweets. Oi oi. Renee Gessink as well with 32 months as well. Oh my, 32 months. Happy to support Ted. Time flies. Thank you very much. Dieter with 15 months membership. Let's go for another month with the great streaming and jet action. Thanks TCS for the channel and great effort. Thank you very much. Margot, thank you very much for the super chat. Our RAF stars. Justin Edwards with 27 months membership and also part of our fighter squadron, who's been with us 27 months. Another amazing month. Thank you to all the TCS crew. Thanks a lot, Justin Edwards. Davey with 35 months membership and also part of our spanner flight. Guards March to you. Oi, 1 month till 3 years. Hope to see you all with the same. Strike the like and keep sharing. Thank you very much. Guards March. Also, Graham, Robert, Nikos, Ted and the Bears, thanks for the live streams. You're welcome, Graham. Thank you so much. And you got a Guards March with a truck just going past. Thanks a lot, Graham, for that. Thank you so much for the super chat. Now I've got a name here in Japanese, so I don't know how to pronounce that. I think it's Japanese, or is that I don't actually know how to pronounce that. I do apologise, but welcome anyway. Thank you for I might have to take a screenshot, dare I do that, and then put it into a translator. Welcome to the Ted Coningsby Squadron. Carlos, or Carlos. Carlos, high five. Guards March, thank you for joining the Ted Coningsby Squadron. I'm doing really well with pronunciations, aren't I? Guards March, thank you for joining. And Mark Moody, thank you very much. Guards March, many congrats on 122k. Thank you so much for the super chat. Sylvester E. Malvina Hirsch, thank you very much for the super sticker. Andrew Stevens with 36 months membership. Oi oi, good morning all. 3 years of the pure magic. Thank you, Nikos, Ted, and all the TCS members. JP Mac 007, 4 months membership. 4 months for such a great channel. Thank you very much. Ed Butcher, 36 months. Congratulations. 3 years membership. 3 years. Keep up the great work, Nikos and Ted. Guards March. Paul Briggs, high five. Thanks a lot for gifting a Ted Coningsby membership. Guards March. Gary, high five and a paw pump. Thank you so much for gifting 5 Ted Coningsby memberships. Guards March to you. Thank you very much. Lovely to see all the regulars still here after all these years of supporting our channel. Belly Bobcat, Guards March, thank you for the super sticker. Guards March to you. New Rail Basher, member for 30 months. Ben, thank you very much for your 30 months membership. 30 months in, loving the content and lives. Guards March. Stuart G with 11 months membership. Another great month. Thanks, Nikos and Ted and TCS. Guards March. Gary, high five and a paw pump. Thank you for gifting 5 Ted Coningsby memberships. A Guards March going out to you. Bobby with 5 months membership. Wish I had been here sooner. Love the community and knowledge. Thanks, Nikos and Ted, and everyone for being so friendly and informative. Thank you very much. Thanks a lot, Bobby, who's part of our Posh Officers with 5 months membership. Bobby, how you doing? Hope you're good. Hope you're well. Welcome to the show. Gary, thank you very much for the super sticker. Guards March. That looks good, that tee. Guards March. Gary Lopton with 27 months membership. Thank you very much. The Joshua Tree, X to us. High five. Welcome. The Ted Coningsby Squadron, Guards March. Gary, thank you very much for the super chat. Salmon for Ted, definitely. We'll have that. Thanks a lot, Gary. Also, thanks a lot, Gary, for the models that you sent. I'll have to get them built. I haven't built them ones. I will give it to someone I know that's very good at building them, so they'll be out there soon. You're going to get a Guards March with a running man in a minute. I don't know if you can see. Alan Q, thank you very much for the super chat, Guards March. Poacher, thanks a lot for 26 months of membership. A very happy 26 months. Thanks, everybody. Damien Tasker, high five, and Guards March to you, who's just joined our Ted Coningsby Squadron. Thank you so much. It means so much. Gary, thank you very much for gifting, high five, a Ted Coningsby membership. And Gary, again, with another gifting, high five. Thanks a lot. We'll give you a fly pass for that one. Thank you, because that's one of many. We'll give you a salute as well. That's definitely accumulated some amount of new members, and thanks a lot. That's courtesy of Gary there. John Minter, thank you very much for 35 months membership. Can't believe it's nearly 3 years as a posh officer. Guards March to you, thank you very much. And that's just a true testament. Janet Draper with the 11 months as well. It's amazing, amazing, honestly, really is. Do, do, do. Thank you very much, all of you. Goodness me, it's a little bit Stevie Bold, isn't it? Beautiful. Oh yeah. You alright, man? I might go and grab some scran, I think. Yeah, I think I will. Yeah, let's do it. I'll go and get something to eat, just get that heart pump. There's still a Typhoon out there, and there could be some more departures at this rate, but hey, I'm not far away. My name's Nikos, cameraman, historian and commentator. If you want to keep your loaf warm, keep your loaf of bread warm, be sure to go to our shop and get yourself a Ted Coningsby beanie hat, all sewn in patch there with the TC on the tail. It's actually 170 Squadron, but we'll talk to you about that a little bit later on, about 170 Squadron that didn't really have anything to do with Coningsby, but we, you know, us and history, giving you the markings. TC of 170, who were from Somerset actually, at Western Zoyland, and they were flying P51, which is quite interesting. They were flying P51s and then were flying Lancasters. Very interesting, but hey, that's the story. But be sure to go to tedconingsby.co.uk and get yourself a beanie hat, pom-pom on or pom-pom off. It's up to you how you want to keep your loaf warm. But what a day. It's been really, really good. But I'm going to go and get just something to eat. I'll leave you on the Bowser and the Typhoon, and I'll catch you in a moment. See ya! Don't need a fridge out here, do you? This is perfect for keeping the old milk. Stevie Bolt through the barbecue. Mate, no joke, I used to love barbecues in the winter because you just get warm. Yeah, it's a nice, you just get warm. Let's see what strand we got, bit of skull. Butcher's up, isn't it? I love that. That would sell like a butcher's head tomorrow. You said it cracked me up. I thought that was great.
Give it a butcher's.
Got to have a butcher's, isn't it?
It sounds like they're cooking to another one there.
He went past again.
Yeah. Just it's good to see the cars over there.
timing, isn't it?
So it's still for me a couple of days. I think it's
Jens is proud of your ownership in the second.
Probably not to change it, maybe next year. Really, I think so. So far, really, I've got the music can't work, I've just got time to work.
It was a bit of a status thing. If you had a Mercedes, you made it in life. It was a great thing. It was funny. If you had a BMW, you're not quite. As soon as you got the Merc.
That's always a little bit classy. I like those.
Yeah.
Probably a bit as-bang, aren't they, those? My brother's just got a new car. He's got a car. So I just said to him with the balls, he ran me by mistake because he said, I'm trying to set up a phone and doing something in the car. I said, what have you got? I said, it's got the Audi Q4 e-tron electric.
Take off.
Don't know, buddy.
Just to like that.
Thanks.
You've just told it in this.
Yeah, it was good enough. Oh, look. I must have seen it. That's cool. Especially in this visibility.
It's gutting. One of them came back and really did a show of turn.
Someone said that they're coming a bit low.
So to all of what you want there, you want to run symmetric.
I was hoping they'd done that.
When I've nosed was up, I've got a couple of fucking pictures of 344
$358,
344 was because on these, so the displays last year, you saw they had three at the app, you had 324 and 344. 344's got no snow inside. I tried to look, I tried to pop in and look at it.
shut down.
It's a long day today, isn't it? What is it? Probably 17 feet. Good little matters to it. That's sunset.
Yeah.
Probably just launched it, right?
Yeah, about 12 I think. He's starting to come back now. Yeah.
Tankers up. Stop for a while.
There's another Typhoon from here up there. Just popped up.
Oh yeah.
So
Something more then.
that looks like it's part of that exercise that's up there. If I remember correctly, it was up that end,
Well,
wasn't
those two
it?
that hot fitted in that, aren't they? The two of them.
Yeah, of course. Yeah, number 2. The heralded knot, probably a marking to symbolise assisting the army. They're an army corps squadron. Well, that's their
Heritage,
history.
yeah.
That's correct. Yeah, that was the heritage to support the army on the rest, like close air support and stuff. That's quite nice.
It's not, like you say, it's nice to catch some of the
Yeah.
markings. Not the one with the blue. On the
Yeah,
side.
yeah, man. Yeah, the can openers they are. Flying can openers. So normally it's supposed to be an eagle preying on a snake, a serpent. It's an eagle with a can opener. I love that.
As you do.
Yeah, it's to do with the amount of tanks they blew up, shot down in World War II, number 6, which is quite cool. As I do, got one of these, a trusty book with the squadrons on there. There it is, and then that's what it looks like.
Yeah.
That's the one.
Yeah. That's a cool tower, that one.
This one. Yeah, that's cool. Oh, I know why they did that. That was the hurricane scheme that they had, I think, when they were out there.
Yeah.
That looks like a bit of hurricane camo. There it is. It's that one. This one, number 2.
Yeah, that's it. Old school, look at that. That's been a kid,
That is old school. Good book.
Yeah. Looks
Cool.
can. You alright?
Yeah. The flying can
Do you want
openers.
some hand warmers?
Might be be going a bit.
Well, we might as well get them out now because they take over.
Yeah.
Take over.
Bit nippy.
Yeah, it is a killer. I know I've got something.
Oh yeah, he's definitely coming now.
There's a
He's 2 minutes away. I know that scene. He's cooking sausages. How long for them sausages? There'll be 2 minutes, Turkish.
Yeah.
You said that 5 minutes ago. Or 2
2
minutes.
minutes, 5 minutes ago. 2 minutes.
That is a quality film. That is.
Yeah. Oh, you see this I've got? I don't know if you saw that. You've probably seen it, but I thought I'd get one for the trust.
Oh, nice. Oh, that's cool. Lovely. Yeah, that's brilliant. Nice, good calls. How we doing there now? And just a quick one from the weekend, which was really cool. And just want to say a big shout out to Andy and Ben, by the way, who were really awesome, and they were part of the Ramsey Model Aero Club over the weekend. Thank you so much for your help, by the way. Big shout out to them. If you're into RC model planes and flying them, and you're in the sort of the Ramsey region or looking for somewhere to fly, check out their website. That's the Ramsey Model Aero Club. They're really helpful, as you do. And again, a topic that is associated here. This is a no drone zone, and of course, as I do, I check to make sure if I can fly the drone when making my lost airfields, and encountered an area where it was yellow, which informs you of hazards and risks, and one of them was the space used by the Aero Club. So you can obtain a number for details. So I just rang them to see if they were flying that day, and they were, you know, they were nicely, pleasantly surprised, as it said, that I actually called, which is what I do. I don't just go and fly it, because I don't want to be responsible for any collisions. And again, same thing happened at Upwood as well once, where it was in the vicinity of the glider club. You don't want to be flying it and cause a collision. So they were very happy that I called, and I was invited to fly the drone where they fly their planes. And I was working on a lost airfield of RAF Warboys, former, and managed to get some shots. So look forward to putting that together. That's some cool planes.
It's 28,000 feet that lost you one.
Is it? Which one, that lossy one?
One that's come up from the south.
Oh, I love that. I just caught it on ADSB flying sideways. I love that. Oh, I love it when and backwards is a funny one, isn't it?
You won't be far out of that now, will you?
Yeah, if you're ever planning on a trip to Bryce, let me know.
Yeah.
And when I go, I'll go down that lane and do a little video. I don't think I'll drive down there,
No,
but
no.
but I know a few of the guys go down there.
And you say it's a raised bank.
Yeah,
So
I
is
heard
that
it's
further along
yeah.
from where you were on the takeoff run? Is it further along that?
yeah, so it'd be more for 07.
Yeah.
But I'll do a video. I might get my friend to do it, actually, because he lives there. So
Yeah.
I might ask him just to see what it's like. Because the fence is sad.
you
You
said
saw
it's-
the ladder. It's
yeah.
pretty. But if you've got one of those ladders, you'll be fine. You'll be all right. You'll be fine.
I need to invest. I've got a telescopic ladder at home, but it's too heavy to carry around.
Right.
I need to invest in a lightweight telescopic one that you can have at different. Someone you get, and they can go like that.
Yeah, I've seen.
Like that.
The thing is with that, Ben, though, once you park there, you're there.
Yeah.
Where I go, you're there. So you don't have to carry it for a long way. I know people do drive down that bit. I said you can, but right, one inbound. Gosh. One inbound. Here we go. Don't know what that's on now. Here we go. Right. Nice cup of tea there, keep him warm. Oh, that's nice. That's good.
Nice and warm now.
Right, so should be able to see Typhoon 19 just behind me. Here we go, and it's just come out that sort of hazy, icy mist.
Get out.
And thanks a lot for your support today, getting us to 1,000 likes. Thank you very much. Always good to get that. Typhoon on downwind, about to go into final. training, and you know, it's always said, you know, practice makes perfect, but to be a good pilot you are always training, and to be a military pilot it becomes second nature. Low approaches, touch and goes can give the pilot lots more takeoff and landing sorties. If you think about it, when you do a sortie you take off once, land once. But also for an emergency purpose as well, can be used to become second nature in the event of, for example, if an aircraft was in front of this and landed and burst a tyre, or had an emergency and this was behind it, it can do a missed, or you know, abort an approach, missed approach, or a touch and go. If something literally split second, an animal running across the runway, so that training just kicks in. Don't forget, Coningsby is home to the Typhoon school, so to speak. So they have an operational conversion unit. I can hear a start-up. Oh yeah. Nicely done. So it sounds like we've got a start up over the south side. All good. Let's have a look what we've got. Canopies. Ground crew coming out. Here we go. Looking good over there. How we doing, ladies and teddy bears? Welcome to the show. Welcome to also England's second largest county as well, and during the Second World War was nicknamed Bomber County, which I'm sure many of you would have known, and there was as many as 46
military airfields with an average of 7 miles apart from airfield to airfield, and before that it was home to several airfields to defend the county against the Zeppelin raids during the First World War. For those that know the sort of body of water called the Wash, an estuary which feeds rivers such as the Ouse and the Nene straight into there, out into the North Sea, was basically pretty much like a corridor for the Luftwaffe to enter, like a landmark, somewhere to aim for, and they'd use that as a corridor to assist them to either turn south to head for London, or of course head north for deep into Lincolnshire's county. So it was quite a strategic place. So during the First World War as well, the Zeppelin raids, just like Marham and Narborough, to defend against the Zeppelin raids and defend Norfolk. Here, although there wasn't an airfield here at Coningsby, there were plenty of Royal Flying Corps airfields, and many of these, as much as 300 in total RFC airfields stood at the end of the First World War, and by 1924 there were just 27. I guess, you know, in effect, in essence, there was no reason to have them anymore, and many of the airfields were recalled for the expansion, and by 1935 the military airfields began to rise again, and the threat of another war was sadly a reality. 1936, and luckily it happened. Bomber Command formed. In that same year we had Fighter Command and Coastal Command. Training Command also followed a few years later, and along with those, and grass runways were the beginning, and excellent for light bombers and fighters in an airfield. And if you imagine a grass airfield, we've all seen movies of like a bird's eye view shot of these Spitfires taxiing out while the airfield's getting bombed. You know, you only need a stretch of land, you know, stretch of grass to use to depart with a Spitfire, for example. And light bombers too were suitable for the grass runways, but the need for hardened concrete runways was going to be imminent, because, you know, the heavier the aircraft, you know, the more strain it has on the ground itself, and improvements were needed. Even modern day runways, they need maintenance as well. So it's the same with defence, because we had our sound mirrors in the 30s, but as aircraft got quicker and more advanced, the sound mirrors sadly weren't really good enough, and luckily RV Jones and Robert Watson Watt created, especially Robert Watson Watt created the chain home with the support of Dowding. But runways were going to need to be improved when the Lancasters came. The heavy bombers were introduced, and the Class A runway configuration, that triangle shape, which is quite distinctive, especially during the Second World War, that triangular shape were introduced as a requirement for airfields being built after December 1940. It was only put into place after that date, and Coningsby was built on the 4th of November 1940, so it was done, and plans to build it were in 1937, so it had the designation to be a grass runway. Usually around 6,000 foot main runway when they were doing the Class A, and around about 4,200 feet for the subsidiary runways. Why the Class A runway? Well, it gives 6 directions of travel, plus if one of your runways do, you know, happen to get damaged from either wear and tear or by bombs and attacks, then you can use perhaps another runway. So it was always really important to have that. To show you a map of what Lincolnshire looked like, and let's face it, there were so many that they were only on average about 7 miles apart from airfield to airfield during the Second World War. We do have a Typhoon on the move, it's taxiing. Oh yeah. So talk history, get aircraft. That's how it is. Still haven't updated this, by the way. There is an error on there which you'll probably spot, but this is the status of. Do you know what I'm going to try and do? I can actually get this onto my computer on your screens and actually project it there. But in green it's our Royal Flying Corps airfields, and in blue are the Second World War airfields, and some were upgraded. Okay, so these ones here that look like a roundel, they were once a Royal Flying Corps and then kept going until the Second World War as well, so they continued. There's our Coningsby, just over here somewhere. There we go, there's Coningsby. Some of them, if you look at Scampton, it was once called Brattleby, and Scotwick is now called Digby. So they did have different names, some of them. I think they're the only two I've got on here, but there you go, there's our Holbeach. There we go, 1926. Was used as a bombing range since then. We do have 2 Typhoons taxiing out, I believe, but there we go, that's just to give you an idea of how close everything was together. There's 6 squadron markings. That's the C markings, you know. This one's good old 29 Squadron. Coningsby 1937, and it was on the 4th of November 1940 that it was complete, with grass runway in operation and allocated to number 5 Group Bomber Command. So it was a Bomber Command station, and the first residents to arrive and operate from Coningsby was on the 23rd of February 1941, and it was 106 Squadron, their markings Zulu November, who were operating the latest at the time, same specification as the Wellington. It was indeed the Handley Page Hamden bomber. I know, same specification as the Wellington, which was B932. Both aircraft come out the same year with that Air Ministry specification.
aircraft to operate here at Coningsby. 106 Squadron, February 23rd, 1941. Look at this. I know, right? Absolutely brilliant, isn't it? I mean, the specification and, you know, you know, I mean, it was given fun nicknames like the Flying Tadpole, Flying Suitcase, because of its 3 foot, that's 1 metre wide fuselage. And to be honest, the Wellington Mark 1 and the Handley Page Hampden with the same specification, they kind of broke away, and the bridge between the Pegasus, the Bristol Pegasus engines, it was time for 1,000 horsepower plus. This was another requirement on that Air Ministry's requirements to do away with the likes of the Rolls-Royce Kestrel, producing anywhere between 550 and 600 horsepower, but it was time to, you know, come into the effects and do away with like the Handley Page Hayford biplane, and you know, do away with wood and make them all out of metal to take some battle damage. But the thing is, this didn't really have much as a form of armour plating. There was no facilities for pilots to go, if you know what I'm talking about. Didn't have that. But hey, B9/32 started life out at Scampton in 1938 with 49 Squadron, but with a wingspan of 69 feet 2 inches, it's 21.08 metres, max speed of around about 250 miles per hour. It could have a range of 19,000, service ceiling of 19,000 and a range of about 1,800 miles. Empty weight 11,780 pounds, had 3 to 5 guns, crew of 4, could take a 4,000 pound of payload. 4,000 pound when we've got a Typhoon now that does 20,000. It's immense how technology, but hey, we had to start somewhere. You know, the pilot would sit at the top, and to get in with a folding seat. Now the problem is, if the pilot got injured or worse, it was almost impossible to get the pilot out so someone else could at least try to fly the aircraft back. But hey, this is what we had here. This was the first, and then it was joined by another squadron a month later with an aircraft that had the worst reputation but led on to something beautiful. That's right, the Avro Manchester was here next up here at Coningsby a month later. But before we get to that, Coningsby's first mission started off with the Hampdens, and they actually went on their first ever mission in March, just before the 2nd Squadron arrived, and it was on the first night of the 1st into the 2nd of March of 1941 that Coningsby saw the first ever sortie. It was a genuine mission, and Coningsby's first ever one happened on that night, and 5 Hampdens took part in a raid over Hamburg. And the following night of completing their first mission that had no losses, 106 Squadron took to the skies again, but this time sadly 106 Squadron suffered their first ever losses, loss of an aircraft and the loss of all 4 on board, and it was X3002 that was to be in that fate. 15th of March, 106 Squadron joined by 97 Squadron. Their markings are Oscar Foxtrot, and they were equipped with the Avro Manchester. Now, I've done many talks on the Avro Manchester, and you know, if you look at the Air Ministry specification, which was the same, if you have a look at the Air Ministry's specification as the Lancaster, it was the same, and it's the same as the Halifax. Now, the Avro Manchester specification for a twin-engine monoplane bomber set out by the Air Ministry. P, if you see a letter P, it stood for medium bomber. If you see a B, heavy. If you see an F, it was for fighter. There was lots of different letters to denominate different things. X was experimental. Now, why is the Manchester the same specification as the Halifax and the Lancaster, and why did it come after the Stirling? The Stirling was B12, so they had a 4-engine bomber and then had 2-engine bomber, and the reason was to actually try to replace the Blenheims and the Hampdens, and yes, and the Wellingtons as well. the thing is, they did actually make a twin engine as a prototype, a twin engine Halifax, but it wasn't, luckily they didn't go down that route because they discovered that Avro were having all sorts of problems with their twin engine bomber, the Avro Manchester. The problems with the engines, the Rolls-Royce Vulture engines, we've talked about that many times. Today I'm going to not go too much into detail, but it was grounded several times, didn't even see the end of the war. They made about 206, it was grounded half a dozen or a dozen times. 1942, that was the end of that. In fact, the engines were the problem, overheating, pistons would shoot out, engines weren't able to be feathered, so at least to get one engine working, to get them back on one engine, so feathering was failing. And if you were to survive the failure of the engines while you were airborne, the engines were prone to just lots of sparks coming out of them. That was never rectified, so night fighters not only could pick at the Manchesters but could also await if those engines were to fail anyway. But that said, it did develop into the Avro Lancaster. For those who don't know, I've done many talks on that before. So that's what happened to the Manchester. You know, on paper it had 1,760 horsepower on each of those Rolls-Royce engines. What they did, they stuck two Peregrine engines that were about 800 horsepower, stuck them together basically, and made the Rolls-Royce Vulture. But sadly, these were so unreliable that it gave a bit of a problem, and Arthur Harris was really sick of it, and that was the end of that. But luckily, if it wasn't, it's funny, isn't it? If it wasn't for the Manchester, we wouldn't have had the Lancaster. So there you go. So it's ironic in that sense, but the problem is with the Manchester being grounded several times, 106 Squadron were actually going out on their own, and then, if you believe it or not, 106 Squadron were actually converting to the Avro Manchester. In fact, somewhere here, I don't know where, I've yet to find it, there is a Manchester crash site where it crashed on takeoff as well. In fact, when they converted 106 to the Manchester, they actually went back to the Hampdens. So it was a bit of a weird situation to be in. So you got two squadrons, two different aircraft, and one of your squadrons were grounded on several times due to that aircraft. So it was a bit of a bad time there. So yeah, both squadrons in the end decided to revert back to their Hampdens. April 10th into the 11th, 1941, 106 Squadron was sent on a small-scale raid to Dusseldorf. Two more Hampdens were lost by night fighters. Those 8 men lay side by side in a Dutch cemetery where they were lost. And in July and August, 106 Squadron lost a total of 15 aircraft, to a point where 106 Squadron actually had the worst loss rate of any Hampden squadron. 97 Squadron were having a better time actually in their Manchesters, and on the 8th to the 9th of April 1941, 97 Squadron took off from Coningsby in their new aircraft on a night raid for the largest raid of the war by Bomber Command on Kiel. But the Manchester was to have a few series of problems here at Coningsby as well, accident after accident. In fact, Arthur Harris, the Air Chief Marshal of Bomber Command, was not having any of it, and it was causing a lot of problems here at Coningsby. So 20th of October, another interesting fact here that happened at Coningsby. The Handley Page Hampden and a few Hampdens took off on a raid, and it was AD 768, 1941, 2nd of October. Sergeant Newby's Hampden departed at 1800. They were heading for Frankfurt, near Frankfurt at Karlsruhe, and sadly the visibility was so poor and dire that they actually aborted 5 minutes away from target. But Sergeant Newby carried on going and hit the target, but then was met by ME-110s. And the aircraft was so badly damaged on the inbound heading home that lost both engines. Now, they bailed out safely but landed on neutral territory. It was actually on Ireland, and they were interned and spent the rest of the war interned in Ireland, as it was neutral. And one of the crew was Canadian, and some of the newspapers reached out to try and tried to release them, and I think they did after a few years. But there we go. With all the issues the Manchester was having, 106 Squadron were actually, they were really struggling with the Avro Manchester. But anyway, later on, of course, they were waiting for the 4-engine heavy bomber to come into action, and basically 1942 January 44 Squadron became the first Lancaster Squadron, not too far away at RAF Waddington. So we're now in the year of the Avro Lancaster. So the problem is Coningsby had grass runways and was not suitable for the Lancaster. So what they did literally about 5 miles, I reckon, in the direction of the backwards crow flying, is RAF Woodhall Spa, which was built as a satellite station to support Coningsby. But they built this with concrete runways, and the idea was if they built that with concrete runways, they can then operate the Lancasters that were supposed to be for Coningsby over there, shut this one down, upgrade it to concrete runways, and then you've got the both. Yeah, does that make sense? But the thing is, you had to train your crew on the Lancaster. So what they did, they actually formed almost like an operational conversion unit out of their own squadron. One of the flights, you may have heard B flight, C flight and D flight. I think it was out of one of their flights they created a heavy conversion flight at Coningsby, and a second one formed from 106 and of course 97 Squadron. So they formed like an OCU out of one of their flights to train their crew on the 4-engine bomber. Eventually 97 Squadron did move to Woodhall Spa during bad weather as well. Aircraft were used from Woodhall Spa instead of Coningsby. So it was only a matter of time that they decided to actually shut this airfield down and get it converted. 106 Squadron didn't have the best start when they did get upgraded to the Manchesters, mission after mission, and they were just really desperate for that, for the Lancaster. But all behold, in 1942 though, 106 Squadron was to have a new wing commander, aged just 23. Wing Commander Guy Gibson took command of the squadron, increasing the morale. And Guy Gibson was the youngest commander in a bomber command station. He was just 23, but he didn't like desk jobs. He really wanted to fly, and it wasn't always that common to get a wing commander flying, but he did, knowing him. And Gibson got himself back into flying with mine laying in the Baltics on the 22nd of April of 1942. He did 3 more sorties in the Manchester during the following weeks, and Gibson was a great commander and pilot for the squadron that he was highly recognised when he did 18 night sorties from Coningsby, and 6 of those were consecutive. The squadron was improved and performance was noted by analysts of 5 Bomber Command. Now, for me, I think this was the turning point. I think this is what made them set their mind on having the commander for Squadron X, which we all know formed at Scampton as 617 Dambuster Squadron. So that was literally the case, and Coningsby did take part in the 1000 bomber raid, 30th of May 1942. Coningsby's aircraft took part in the 1000 bomber raid. For those that know, there was 3 raids, the last one being in the summer, and finally got the support from Coastal Command, who didn't want to be involved using their aircraft on that raid, because of course they are a different, if you like, a different section. But hey, eventually in mid-1942, 106 Squadron took their last mission at Coningsby before moving to Syerston, while Coningsby was closing to upgrade its grass runway to the new hardened Class A runway. And on its final mission with the raid over Bremen, they lost 3 more aircraft. 3 failed to return. Now, the transition to the new runways meant that flying ceased for nearly a year at Coningsby, September 1942 to August 1943. So Coningsby squadrons, now one of them, 97, were already at Woodhall Spa. 106 Squadron, because of delays, they moved to RAF Metheringham. Check out Metheringham Airfield Visitor Centre on your adventures here over the weekend, but do check to see if they're open as well. But during this time though, 5 Group Training School and 5 Group G Equipment School and even Bomber Command's Field Cookery School took residence and made use of the facilities at Coningsby while the runways were being constructed. 106 eventually, they were at Metheringham and they stayed there, and they went with their Lancasters in 1943. Spring 1943, first to use the runways were 1514 beam approach training flight with the Avro Anson and Oxford. The beam approach training helps pilots learn to land in poor visibility using the beam approach system. Now, that that was not unique to the Royal Air Force, and especially Britain, because already Germany were using that type of system, a very similar system to the one I'm going to show you now, using the Lorenz beam. Here it is. It's literally the very first style of ILS. Landing at night, blind approach, literally. There's runway 27. It's sending out literally a beam down there as a frequency. And what they did, they actually short-circuited that beam and it made it into Morse code. You had the dots here and then the dashes here. What does that mean? Well, you've got one continuous tone. Okay, so it's just literally going doo like that. That means you're doing good. That means you are on the center line. If you were to go too far to the left of runway, let's say runway 09 on here, you will hear dot, dot, dot on the Morse code. If you were too far to the right, you'll just hear dashes. If you don't hear any of the dots with your dashes, you know you're way too far to the right. As soon as you start to get closer to the center line, you'll hear the dots until you get them bang on, which was called the equi-signal. So if you start moving a little bit out of here, you're going to lose that constant tone, the Lorenz. It will go dot, dash, dot, dash, dot, until you get that permanent. But if you just hear doot, 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 you are way too far to the left. Hope that makes sense. However, the Germany went one further. In fact, we used our G system and H2S and oboe, but Germany took that even further and thought, hang on a minute, why don't we use this for bombing? They were so accurate at night, the British couldn't work out why they were so accurate. What they did, they sent a beam over here, just like the beam approach, the dots, and then the dashes. Okay, makes sense, right? Until you get the equi-signal. As soon as you hear the equi-signal, drop the bombs, job done. But that was countered by good old Dr. Reginald Jones, who made a false beam so that they dropped their bombs over there. Very clever. But Germany were already making other things as well, called the Exjurat again, and then we had the Widerat. I won't go into too much detail, but the Exjurat used 3 beams with a timer, and it was spaced out with 5 kilometers. They were named the Rhine, Oder and Elbe, named after rivers in Germany. Once they hit the Rhine using the beam approach, again they were waiting for the first beam, again an equi-signal they were looking for, so that all they could hear, for example, was dot, 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 until they got the one signal. When they crossed the second signal, sorry, the timer has got two hands and they both go synchronizing like that. Once they cross the Elbe, which was 5 kilometers in distance between each other and the target, one of the hands would actually stop and the other would rotate back to the start, and when it goes to the start, that's where it dropped the bomb. And then they come up with the Widerat. Oh yeah, by the way, RV Jones basically made a fake signal over here, so they dropped the bombs over there instead of there. Really clever. And then the Germans come up with something else called the oh, that's the localizer, the Widerat. Germany were using a transponder to communicate with the aircraft when to drop the bombs, because they thought something is going wrong. But anyway, so there you go, modern ILS localizer on the beam approach. Sorry about that, went on a bit of a tangent there, didn't I? Oh dearie me, there you go. Hey, it's all good, isn't it? It's all info, it's what you like, eh? And then on the 25th of August 1943, Coningsby was back in Bomber Command operations, and the famous 617 Squadron arrived with their Lancaster bombers. And you know, when you think of Royal Air Force heavy bombers, it would be no surprise that if I asked everyone here, the first bomber would either be this or maybe the B-17 perhaps, but this, and it was the most successful heavy engine bomber. It did a lot. But let's, you know, as a channel, I do not want to forget the other bombers, because they did a lot of the heavy lifting as well. You know, technology improves, and let's face it, it had so many problems at one point with the Manchester, it was lucky we even got to it. What Roy Chadwick did, and Avro, they extended the wingspan of the Manchester by 6 foot either side and added one new engine times 4, and it was of course the Rolls-Royce Merlin 20s first of all. All right, so that's basically what happened. Increased the H. It was BT308, by the way, was the prototype, which was flying at Farnborough. It would have had a Circle P for prototype. That was at, believe it. No, sorry, Boscombe Down. My mistake. Boscombe Down. That was in 1941. So it was BT308. Was actually a prototype. And just to let you know, it wasn't even called the Lancaster. That BT308 was destined to be called, what was it? The Avro Manchester Mark III. It didn't even have a proper name yet. But then, and also it had a third tail, one in the middle, but they got rid of that and extended it because they were complaining about the tail causing a bit of vibrations. They got rid of that. So DG595 was the second prototype of the Lancaster, but it got its name after that. Okay, that's when it was officially called it. So you could say the very first ever flight of the Lancaster, in some ways, you could say the very first flight was, don't know, back in 1936, perhaps, maybe 1936, when it was the Manchester. But hey, depends how you want to look at it. But it was Christmas Eve of 1941 when it was delivered to Waddington, and January, literally first week in Jan, 44 Squadron took it. The 617 Squadron arrived with the Lancaster. So we had Lancasters here. They swapped, because 617 were at Woodhall Spa. They swapped the 619. So we had 619 here, and also we had 61 that were here as well. But it could carry all sorts of ordnance. It was, you know, it proved, as you know, to be a very successful heavy bomber. And the canopies are up now, which is all good. So they carried out many raids here at Coningsby, and even on D-Day, Coningsby's 97 Squadron. So 97 moved back here to Coningsby, and they took part in a raid on D-Day. Oh, hello. Wow, that sounded good, didn't it? Woo! Yeah, that sounded good, man. Got another one. That sounded good. Just sort this tripod out. Thanks, Davey, for the picture of DG595. Again, if you want to know more about history, tune into our shows where I'll be interrupted by typhoons. Yeah, Coningsby took part in on D-Day, and it was Wing Commander Jimmy Carter that sadly, his crew and 3 other Lancasters were shot down, and it was by a very, very hardcore night fighter squadron. They weren't to be, you know, you don't mess with these ones. They were very experienced Ville de Sauer squadron, SKG-10s. And what they did, they used the moon to their advantage. They were very experienced with using the moon as a tactic. Beautiful, with 2 squadron markings there, based at Lossiemouth. RAF Lossiemouth, number 1, 2, 6 and 9 squadrons that operate there. Woo.
Right, we've got some canopies up. The covers are still on though, so no pilots just yet. But hey, always wait patiently on this game. You know it is. But yes, Coningsby were some of the first Royal Air Force losses of the Royal Air Force during D-Day. How we doing, ladies, gents, teddy bears? Hope you're all good. And yes, more disaster struck for Coningsby as they started to receive the world's first ever multi-role aircraft, the legendary Mosquito bomber. And sadly, on the 19th of September 1944, 5 Group Bomber Command were given a bombing mission to use Mosquitoes for a mission over Bremen, but it was given to Guy Gibson, Wing Commander Guy Gibson, to take part in the raid, and he was technically based here, and he decided to go to Woodhall Spa and use KB267, a Mosquito of 657 Squadron, and the raid went ahead, mission complete by hitting the target, but the return home flight was not great. In fact, it was the last time anyone had ever seen Wing Commander Guy Gibson. Woodhall Spa thought he landed at Coningsby. Coningsby thought that he landed at Woodhall Spa. In fact, at around 22:30 after the raid, his KB267 was seen crashing into a forest at Steenbergen. Gibson flew 171 operational missions. He shot down 4 enemy aircraft during his time as a night fighter with 29 Squadron. He was just 26 when he died. Now, when I hear these ages, I just think, wow, what was I doing when I was 26? Not a Bomber Command Wing Commander flying through hell and back. But there we go. Lest we forget, ladies, gents and teddy bears, 97 and 83 Squadron were operating a very new aircraft, the Avro Lincoln, a sort of like a stretched, more, or at least made to design to fly a 22,000 pound, oh yes, the legendary Grand Slam bomb. You see, they modified the Avro Lancaster to be equipped with the 22,000 pound Grand Slam, but it wasn't really made for it, so to speak. It could take it, but it couldn't fly as agile as it was for a heavy bomber. So they made the Avro Lincoln. However, the B-29s are already doing this kind of thing. More payload, more damage, and a proven aircraft. But the fact that the RAF in the end ended up leasing or borrowing, renting out, shall we say, about 70 to 80 odd of these, and it was called the Boeing Washington, and they were based here as well, by the way. But the other Mosquito squadrons were here as well, with number 109 and also 139 squadrons were also operating here. The Boeing Washingtons arrived here in 1950. Now they're basically B-29s, no other modifications other than a roundel, Royal Air Force style, and the squadron markings to suit them. And that was with 15 Squadron, who then went to fly the very first jet aircraft. Ladies, gents, teddy bears, in 1953, the English Electric Canberra, operating here with 9, 12, 15 and 249 squadrons, were operating the first jet aircraft of RAF Coningsby. It was also the first ever jet bomber of the Royal Air Force. Of course, the very first jet fighter was the Meteor,
but the very first jet bomber was this beauty, the English Electric Canberra. Designed by Petters, the legend. Test flight flown by Beaumont in 13th of May. There it is, the Canberra B2, ladies, gents, teddy bears. Look at it, an absolute legendary bomber. You can turn it into electronic countermeasures, electronic warfare, a trainer, a bomber, a reconnaissance aircraft. I know, I mean, look at it. It's an absolute beaut, isn't it? It really is. You can pack some bombs on it, 8,000 pounds. You can, and the thing is, the way Petters designed it was in 5 parts, that if you wanted it for bombing or reconnaissance, you just take this cockpit off and extend it, have a different one. The back of the wing and the back of the tails, they could all, basically the wings come off. It was in 5 sections, the wings, the front and the back. I mean, the way he did it was like Lego. So it was very easy to make a reconnaissance version. You just take the front, you just take the cockpit off, that bit there, the whole thing comes off, and you can plug in a longer extended cockpit with a bit of a longer fuselage, so to speak. I'm still learning about it, so don't worry, I won't give you the full spiel on it, but just to let you know, this was based here, which was absolutely amazing. It served well in lots of operations. In fact, it served in pretty much every single operation during its career, over 50, I think it's something like 55 years or so. Not as much as Marham, okay, and the sort of love that it had at Whitton, but certainly at Coningsby it was here for quite a while. It was a replacement for the Mosquito bomber as well, which was a multi-role. But, you know, it was unarmed. You know, tried to put that proposition of, hey, we've got a bomber, it'll be unarmed, but then you've got the speed, and the speed it did have, and height and altitude it did. In fact, NASA use it today, and, you know, the US Air Force loved it to a point where, under license, they built them as the B-57, the Canberra. An amazing, amazing jet aircraft, which was literally that bridge from propellers to jet engine for bombers. You know, it really was the first jet bomber for the Royal Air Force. Absolutely amazing. Woo. I mean, just to let you know, it could take 8,000 pounds of bombs. First squadron, May in 1951, was 101. It could fly to about 48,000 feet, fly at 580 miles per hour, powered by the 2 Rolls-Royce Avons, and empty weight, or bombs, shall we say. Bombs, 7,400 pounds, I think. Pretty cool, isn't it? No, sorry, correction, 8,000 pound of bombs. The Rolls-Royce Avons were 7,400 pounds of thrust. That's what I meant. Beautiful, beautiful aircraft. We also had another bomber here between 62 and 64. It was the Avro Vulcan B2s that were here, only for 2 years. Thanks a lot, Davey, for the pictures, man. Oh, I might have to go and get another cup of tea because it is pretty cold here. But the Canberra was also going to be replaced as well. So the Canberra replaced literally the Mosquito, and then you've literally got now something to replace the Canberra. The Canberra was going to be replaced by the TSR2, but that didn't go ahead. So the next option was the F111. A lot of people compare the Tornado with the F111, and they're actually very far from it. They're very different. In fact, the F111 was really more of a TSR2, and I'll go into more detail. I'll be able to tell you a little bit more when I show you the Tornado model when I get it. But it was chosen to have a very different role here at Coningsby. In the end, Bomber Command ceased in 1968, and here at RAF Coningsby, it was decided to make it into Fighter Town. They choose the F4 Phantoms that operated here, and
there we go. And the Canberra did well at 15 years, not as much as Marham, but Phantom FGR2s, as it was designated with the Royal Air Force, operated at Coningsby. Eventually, though, they all went to Wattisham, those Phantoms, to replace the English Electric Lightning's role in a QRA style. Phantom squadrons included 228 Squadron, which was the operational conversion unit, 41 fighter, 29 fighter, 23 and 56 fighters. 1976, we saw their BBMF arrive here. And we also had Jaguars and Harriers here, a 41 Squadron. I know, Harriers here, 41 Squadron. I know, and I know many of you got photos of them here, I've seen them. And then, of course, Tornado F3, the new improved version of the F2, came here to Coningsby. The F3, the Interceptor or Interdictor version, arrived here in 1984, and it was 29 Squadron who were the first to operate the F3, the new type that come out. Now, the thing is, we talk about replacing one aircraft to another. The Tornado was about to be replaced itself, and that, my friends, was going to be this, the Typhoon. 17 Squadron or Reserve at the time received in 2003 the Typhoon at Warton Aerodrome. They got trained up on that, and 2 years later arrived here 19th of May 2005 with the Typhoon. Oh yes, I believe it could have been, I think it was the F2, I think the Typhoons were designated at the time, until later they changed it to FGR4. Anyway, that said, 29 Squadron followed, then 3, then 11 fighters, and then eventually number 41, who were a reserve test and evaluation, stood up as an operational unit, and finally 2020 arriving here, number 12. There we go, bit of history there now. But tell you what, for me, I'm going to go and grab a cup of tea. I am shivering. Oh my word, is that a pilot in there? Please be a pilot in there. Try to freeze. You're getting a right treat with markings today, ain't it? Hey? Right, cup of tea time, see ya. Hello. Hello there.
It's not bothering you, me.
No, I put mine on earlier. Just keep it on. I'm going to put mine on in a minute. Oh, it's still warm in here. That is amazing. Kept the heat in there. How we doing, ladies, gents, teddy bears? Hope we're all good. Just had a quick cup of tea. They're only little flask cups, by the way. Can't be drinking that much, but oh goodness me. Whew. Well, hopefully catch some more departures before we finish up. I'm just going to double check the weather for tomorrow as well. It doesn't look that great, unfortunately. Sammy B, how you doing? Denzel Hughes, oi to you. Hope you're good. But yeah, Wednesday looks good though. Wednesday, I'm going to say, is our next show. Tomorrow, unfortunately, it's looking bad, man. You know. Yeah, that's not a place to be tomorrow. So snuggle up tomorrow. It's not looking good all day, literally all day for the whole of the UK. By the look of it, it looks. I mean, 11 o'clock. Best place to be is Cornwall and Devon, and sort of southwest of Wales as well. Then that's about it. That's about it as it just gets pummeled by horrendous weather. But hey, that's what I've got to work with. Wednesday though, that looks good, so that should be our next show. Thursday, yeah, it's going to probably be. I'll tell you what, it'll probably be okay. I might be able to do something Thursday. It's not great. It looks like we've got a bit of snow, so I'll have to choose wisely for that. It's oh dear. I don't know about Friday just yet. I'm going to leave that, but there we go. Oh, thanks, Davey. Nice. Look at that. Brilliant.
Is there much up and about?
Sorry?
Is there much up and about?
Yeah, there's a bit. There was, anyway.
Oh,
they're all back, so.
oh, they're back.
Yeah. Yeah. So there we go. But yeah, nice one. Absolutely brilliant. Woo! Denzel Hughes. No, they're not based. The F-22s are not based here. We do get them maybe once, maybe twice a year as a special treat. But other than that, that's about it, really. Christopher Carr, yes. Unfortunately, it's a no for tomorrow. Not that I like it. I don't enjoy not streaming. This is my passion. It's my life. I love it. I love talking about history. I love doing it. But it gives me the opportunity to put together a Lost Airfields that I've been working on. It is on RAF Warboys, and you know, one of the original first 4 of the Pathfinder Force. It was allocated to 156 Squadron, which I'm looking forward to that, to be fair. Thanks, Davey. Thanks, Perry, for all the updates there. It's awesome. But yeah, it'll be all right. It'll be good. But yeah, can't wait to talk to you about an aircraft that was one of my, well, was my favourite when I was a kid. It was indeed the Tornado. In fact, that's what really got me into wanting to becoming a fighter pilot. Of course, I didn't. Sadly, my eyesight let me down. Although, you know, this day and age, though, it isn't impossible now with all the treatments and laser stuff that you can have to your eyes, but never mind, wasn't to be. There's Ted there.
thank you very much. High five, Guards March. Thanks for gifting a Ted Coningsby membership. And another Guards March and a high five. Thanks a lot, man. Oh, hey! Thanks a lot for another gifting Ted Coningsby membership. Al Jackson, high five. Thanks for joining the Ted Coningsby Squadron Guards March. And Janet Draper, congratulations on 11 months of your milestone. Thank you very much. So here we go. Startups right in over there. See, I spend a lot of time researching, reading books, watching videos, but the thing is, you've got to be careful on the internet. You've got to be very extremely even books as well can be a little bit tricky. So I find myself trying to cross-reference particular dates where they claim squadrons were based there, and then I'll try and find another source, and then I'll find one that's conflicting, military records, that kind of thing. There's a lot of background stuff that I love doing. This is the thing, the word love. I love love doing this. Good ladies, gents, teddy bears. So we've got Typhoons that are starting up, and probably our last set of departures before we finish up. But we'll see how busy it's going to get. You never know. It's always good times coming here and just waiting patiently and just seeing what happens. Whether you get 1, whether you get 10, it really doesn't matter. Just enjoy the noise. So for those that missed it, I had a piece of Tornado at one of the high pressure compressor stages, and it was, the idea is just to show you, let me just go back here, the idea is just to show you the intricacy of a high pressure compressor. Look at that titanium butte, look at it. So the Typhoon has a 5-stage high pressure compressor, but the first 3 are blisks, 1 complete disc and blade all in one, and the last 2 are like this, loose blades that are snuck in, slid in like that. Look at that, and they get bigger and bigger at the front for low pressure. Amazing. And that's a Turbo Union RB 199. Oh yeah, beautiful piece of equipment, just to show you the how small the high pressure gets when you get down to that. of names follow a tradition. So, for example, you can go in a theme of birds, like the fighting falcon, the eagle, a raptor. And then you've got hawks as well, don't forget a hawk. And then you could also have like powerful wind phenomenons like the whirlwind, the tornado, the tempest, the hurricane. So it can go in some form of traditional names. So for example, September 1998 was when the Eurofighter was given the name Typhoon. And then bombers were given town and city names. For example, Wellington, Halifax, Stirling, Lancaster, Manchester, Blenheim, Hampden. Smoky! Do not panic, that is normal. There's the starter. And then, of course, Lincoln. And then de Havilland went on a little mission with Mosquito and then a Hornet. Things that sting and bite. So, you know, they do keep them themed in some ways for a while, as much as they can. Right, welcome to the show, ladies, gents, teddy bears, Ted Coningsby channel here at Ted HQ. Big shout out to everyone at Coningsby, all rolls, how we all doing? Hope we're all well. How's all our fans and members? How we all doing as well? A big shout out to all those that are members. Thank you all so much for supporting the channel. Really, really means a lot. You put fuel in the van, you literally gas it up. Keep it going, keep it roadworthy, legal. All the funds go into that, new equipment, replacement equipment, repairs, servicing, all that kind of stuff. So thank you very much. And for those that look after the channel, keeping it sweet and neat, making sure that the Ted Coningsby ethos is there with no rogue topics, keeping things safe for everyone to watch.
the spanner flight doing their thing in the background there, working hard all the time, 24/7 pretty much. They also look after the Discord server for our members as well, just making it a better experience for all of you. You know, it was difficult enough trying to think of a way to, yes, you know, I'm not going to, you know, be oblivious to it, but politics and military, they do go hand in hand. One's the neck, one's the head, one turns it. And to find a way to try to just make it literally an aviation enthusiast place in a fun way. It wasn't going to be a man cave type of channel. I wanted it fun. And to actually stand up here with teddy bears is another it's another challenge. But hey, a few years on, it's still going and still flowing, and everyone is giving it a good thumbs up. So thank you very much for supporting the one and only Ted Coningsby channel. Ride!
Hello, Wingy here, reporting for duty. How are you? Yes. Far, yeah. Used to be a wing commander, you know. Yes. Far, but my friends call me Wingy.
Ah, you there. How are you there? How are you, sir?
Good. How are you?
I'm not good. I'm Jens from Germany.
Ah, that's good there. How's the football? It was a good day, yeah?
Yeah, it was very good. Yes, Bundesliga, Leipzig, playing well. That's right.
Ah, that's good. I didn't know you played football, Gerd.
I'm not Gerd, I am Jens.
You're not Jens, you're Gerd. Okay, that's good then. Well, I'm off to play golf now, Gerd. Would you like to come and follow me?
What is the matter with him today? Cannot get anything right.
Yeah, just gonna go and get me football to play golf.
You do not play golf with a football. What are you doing?
Joanna, pass me my cricket bat.
You're going to play football with a cricket bat and a golf ball.
That's right, yes, I'm going to play basketball now. Yes, I love basketball, it's my favourite, yes.
I have no idea what he's talking about. Well, why don't you come with me? I'm going to go and get some sausages.
Oh, lovely, by the seaside, I hope, yes. Take me away, Joanna.
Goodness me, I have no idea what is wrong with him today. Yeah, Bundesliga, Klinsmann leaving the area. And my name is not Gerd, my name is Jens from Germany. I don't know what's up with Wingy today. I think he's having a moment, like all of us. Katie Webb, I think you're right. I think the cold affected him. I think he's. I'm not sure what he's doing, but he'll be alright. He'll be alright. He'll be okay.
You're right. Here we go.
Round two.
Here we go, round 2. Let's ride. Have fun, man. Keep warm. Goodness me, it's absolutely freezing. Here we go. Let's ride.
configured in a variety of different configurations. Now I can see a lot of talk about the drop tanks there. Now the drop tanks, those big things, are not bombs or anything. They are literally carrying fuel. They're external fuel tanks. Now there's benefits, pros and cons. They give you more fuel. In fact, the Typhoon can have up to 3 drop tanks. Now they're 600 pounders. The thing is though, they add more weight and they are draggy. However, they're called drop tanks because should you need to, especially in an emergency procedure, there is a procedure to release them, drop them, hence the word drop tanks. In World War II, if you were engaged in aerial combat, it was always procedure, all right, there, and recommended to drop them, because if you get hit in your drop tank, well, it's pressurized gas, it will just explode. And also you're less maneuverable, you've added more weight. So that's where that comes from as a tradition of the name drop tank. Now they do give you more fuel. You will see them, say for example you get a flight of 3, one Typhoon will have 1, maybe one will have none, and the other one might have even 3, or even a centre one. They leave them as they are. You leave them. If you're going to start messing around and playing around with them, you then get yourself prone to damage. And that's not to say that these Typhoons here will stay like this forever like that, but they will be configured and left like that for the rest of the day. If they do require 3 drop tanks for whatever reason, then they will make sure they'll configure 1 to 3, or if there's an available. If there's one that requires 1 drop tank, they'll find one. If they haven't got one, then maybe they'll just use the 2. Does it matter? Not really. On a training flight, but they will reconfigure them, but there's just no need to reconfigure them all day throughout the day. Just use them for what they are. If you're going to do some aerial combat training, you know, why not train with 2 drop tanks? Get used to having 2 draggy drop tanks while doing it, you know, etc. It doesn't, there's no other than that, that you will find that not all, so the flight of 3 won't have the same configuration. For training flights, it's just not required at all. On a battlefield level, that's different. That's completely on a tactical basis. Goodness me, it's cold. Yeah, someone mentioned it. You're right, it is the wind. The Typhoon does have chaff, it does indeed. Yeah, there will be some, but don't forget the Typhoon is fly-by-wire, but there will be some, you know, if you're going to be fully loaded and fully fueled. If you are fully loaded and fully fueled with 3 drop tanks, the performance takeoff will be extremely different. You will not be going up straight away 185 miles per hour, 50 to 60 degree into a vertical climb. You're going to notice a difference. That's when I mean thrust to weight ratio can be affected whether you are naturally a 1-1 or not. You can make a non-1-1 thrust to weight ratio aircraft such as an F-22. You can add 50% of fuel and see what happens then. It will have in excess of 1-1 and would most likely be able to accelerate vertically after 10 seconds maybe. This is just all guesswork, but of course you will increase your thrust to weight ratio. If the Typhoon had 50% of fuel with very little ordnance, then it will probably reach the moon. I'll tell you what though, I am a fan of the Typhoon display team having the centre drop tank. I like it. I actually prefer it than clean. I don't know why, everyone's different, it's just my version. It does look clean. You will notice the Typhoon display will have the centre drop tank like so. I like it, it looks cool. They don't display with any fuel in it, it's just literally for transport purposes. Okay, I have seen a Typhoon display clean, a Royal Air Force one, but there won't be any fuel in it. It's literally just for display purposes. So it'll be empty. Again, that will affect performance if it was full. So if they were going to, I don't know, if they were going to display somewhere, they'll have enough fuel in that drop tank to get them to that display, just to use it up, and then they can display once it's all used up and do its thing. But there we go. Might just go and get another cup of tea. There's another canopy open there, so
Do you want to go have a sandwich? Do you want to go to a pub?
see if I've got any goodies here to show you actually. Let's see what we got here. Yes, here we go. So very rare do we get nicknames in the Royal Air Force, and 29 Squadron is one of them. They're known as the Buzzards. So if we just zoom in on, there you go. You've got, basically what you got here is a Buzzard and an Eagle in aerial combat. That's 29 Squadron. So it's a Buzzard and Eagle. They are nicknamed the Buzzards. Should we see what else we got over this side? I've actually got Coningsby's station crest there. Loyalty binds me with, I can't remember if it's a 16th century castle, Tattershall Castle, which is just behind me, which stands proudly. So loyalty binds me. What else we got, by the way? Let's have a look. What else we got? The Greenbats here. So they're the Greenbats, another nickname for 9 Squadron. They're based at Lossiemouth, and we've also got RAF Waddington there. I think I'm missing one actually that's normally down here. It's probably going to stab me in the chest. The Lincolnshire Cathedral standing proudly there. And then number 3 Squadron of the Cockatrice. Trying to think who else we've got. Another start up there. More startups there now.
You're right, yeah? Good. Woo. Cold. Yeah, it's good though, it's good fun. Good fun today. Oh, look at these. Oh, wow. Yeah. Is that like an A7? Or A6? Yeah, I can never remember 8, 6 or a 7. Yeah, that's it. Yeah, is this Fairford? Oh my god, an SR-71. Oh, can I show this? Can I put that on the screen? Oh my god. Right, now, if I had a time machine, I'd go back to Mildenhall and you would get this. Look at this. Yeah, this is live from RAF Mildenhall in 1980. Oh my word. Oh, thanks, man. Oh, mate, that is just amazing. Oh, I never got to see this fly. Wow. Look at these, man. Oh, they're amazing. Wow, thank you for sharing that. Goodness me. Fair play, man. Is it? I didn't ever see a model of that design with the yellow tail. Wow. That's amazing. Okay, so we've got the family version Typhoon, here we go.
Here we go. So it looks like you probably noticed it on ADSB. It looks like Dragon 1, although call sign today is 111, 0001, may have done his first 5,000 foot display. That's what they do, that's the process. The Royal Air Force's Typhoon display team pilot this year for 2026 is Flight Lieutenant Tom Nation, call sign Dragon 1, and he may have done his first display at 5,000 feet. After that it will be 10 at 1,500 feet, after that a few at 500 feet, and after that, once all complete, it is down to minimums, which means the display still at 500 feet with the exception of a 100-foot hard deck for a high-speed pass and a 300-foot for a steep turn. Coningsby, and it's got mighty chilly here. It's that wind just bringing in that chill factor. Catherine Burkett, thank you very much. A Guards March with a high five there and a pour pump. Thank you so much for gifting 5 Ted Coningsby memberships. Thank you so much. That is amazing. Thank you so much, Guards March. And thanks a lot, Catherine Burkett, 31 months membership. A Guards March to you. Also, oh gosh, what have I done here? I've actually just oh dear, I pressed the wrong button on someone and I'm really sorry about that. James Beatwell, Guards March, thanks a lot for your super chat. Nice to be back. A Guards March to you, thank you very much. And unfortunately, I've accidentally deleted someone's 2-year milestone message. Wow, 2 years of aviation brilliance, thanks TCS. Spanners, if you could locate what I've just done now, I've just done one of those pocket manoeuvres. I'm sorry about that. Rob Kennard, Guards March, high five there, thanks for gifting a Ted Coningsby membership. James Beatwell, high five, thanks for joining the Ted Coningsby Squadron. A Guards March to you, thank you very much. Gary Inge, thanks a lot for your super sticker, great stream today, thank you very much. Guards March to you. And Rob Kennard, thank you very much for the super chat. He's put thank you as always, Nikos, Ted and Mods. Thank you so much. A pour pump for that. And a high five for that super chat. Thank you so much for that. And also Lukasz Makowiecki, Guards March. Thanks a lot for your super chat. Hello from snowy Poland, Guards March. Luke M, Guards March to you. High five. Welcome to the Ted Coningsby Squadron. Thank you so much. I've got to locate who I've just deleted there by accident. I'm really sorry about that. Let me have a quick look. Oh dear. I don't know what I've done there. Goodness me, my fingers are freezing now. But I'm going to probably just finish up in a moment. Oh, take care, buddy. Thanks a lot. A Guards March to me. Thank you very much. Oh, bless you. Guards March to me then, is it? Thanks a lot to me. From all of you, a Guards March from Ted. Thanks a lot, everyone. And ladies, gents, teddy bears, thank you very much for the support today. It is now time for Ted and I to depart. We've done well from the get-go. It's absolutely cold. I know, Ted's alright, he's got his bear fur, but hey, we've had a good time. It's been really, really good. We've really enjoyed it, and I hope you have as well. Ladies, gents, teddy bears, unfortunately tomorrow it doesn't look good, so we're going to be staying in the dry and in the warm, but we will be back on Wednesday somewhere. So thank you very much, RAF Coningsby. Thank you very much for doing what you do, protecting our UK airspace. Thank you so much. Our fans and members, thank you very much. To all our viewers and members, thank you so much for that and supporting the channel today. It's been amazing. I hope you've enjoyed it. But hey, not many months left of this to go in this, like, but there we go. Ladies, gents, Teddy Ray, it's been an absolute pleasure today. That's been really good, isn't it? So, well, thank you very much. My name's Nikos. I've been your cameraman, historian and commentator. This is our squadron leader, Ted Coningsby, and you've been watching the Ted Coningsby channel live here at TED HQ. So, for the last time for today, it is see you soon. I wish you well. Thank you very much. See ya. Bundesliga. My name is Jens from Germany. How are you? I hope you are okay. What is this? Oh yeah, ladies, sheds and teddy bears, welcome to the Ted Coningsby channel membership. I'm Nikos, I'm your cameraman and commentator. This is our squadron leader, Ted Coningsby. Just want to say a massive thank you to all our members. Guns up and oh yeah. Take it away, Ted. Ladies, sheds and teddy bears, we want to say a massive thank you to all of our subscribers for getting us to where we are today. We have gone all over the country, from as far as Lossiemouth to Bryce Norton, and military areas such as air weapons ranges, low flying areas, heritage centres and special flights for TED 2. We cannot do this without your support, and your support will be rewarded. You can now join the Ted Coningsby Squadron and help fund the channel to get us around the country and provide us with the funds for equipment to bring you better content too. We have 3 levels of membership to suit everyone. With your membership, you'll get access to members only videos, photos, posts, unlock special Ted Coningsby YouTube emojis and loyalty badges, as well as being able to access our exclusive members only Discord server. All membership levels reward you with discounts to our online store. Our top level fighter squadron was inspired by many of our fans who supported the channel massively. This is more of a personal experience with me and Ted, giving you exclusive live streams and content from behind the scenes photos, special info and updates, as well as a free Ted Coningsby Fighter Squadron patch for joining. Whichever membership level suits you, we want to say a massive thank you for choosing to join the Ted Coningsby Squadron. Ah, yeah.